Yeah, presentation.
Yeah, it wasn't right, yeah.
Very
Usually
come up here.
well, first of all, they were asked, I don't know the whole process, but I would like us to deal with some of this other stuff so people don't have to work unless they want to, but people need to take care of the business and not. Because the presentation is really
Yeah.
yeah. And so, trying not to get other ones, this is the thing you need to take care of.
21 resolution is Joe.
And then you have this right here, this kind of stuff, right? This here, this is continued, this is favorable, and the resolution. And then just to get that out the way, So then they don't have to wait unless they choose to. But it was,
Are you saying
you have 6 departments regardless of the law. And then you come in, when you're when it picks up there, I don't know, I tell you, that's very easy, guys. The next lucky you won't be here for the water rates.
On the 28th?
Yeah,
I'm going to be going for that.
lucky you, okay.
You can continue it if you need to.
Oh, no, we feel that and move on. That's going to be something. Are you thinking?
No.
Are you thinking? Then you got other people emailing and resolution.
I'm thinking about suspension of the programs at the bottom.
You want to do Joe's resolution? Get that out the way?
No.
Just for
Get them, I understand your point.
Very
I think I'm good.
I do have extra water, but I have water.
There's no one on the table right there in the front. Thank you.
For the pen board.
Rod. Trailblazers ready to Joe, you ready?
I think John is good.
Oh, my damn, you turned that back yet.
Good evening. Welcome to the Monday, November 14th, 2016 Common Council meeting. Our invocation tonight is by Rabbi Kupel Lindau from the Midwest Torah Center. Thank you, sir, for coming.
Tonight we pray that this council be given the wisdom to lead all the citizens of South Bend properly. They should be able to consider the needs of all, whether they be employers or employees, blue-collar or white-collar workers, of all religions, creeds, and beliefs. May the council members be given the wisdom of Solomon to bring us together with all our differences and usher in an era of peace and prosperity for all. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May be seated.
Ms. Fowler, would you please read the roll?
Councilmember Preston? Here. Randy Kelly?
Here.
Councilmember Broughton? Here. Dr. Varner?
Present.
Vice President Davis?
I'm present.
Mr. Rorty?
Here.
Mr. Furlick?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Present.
President Tim Scott?
Present.
9 present.
Thank you. Committee on, report from the subcommittee on minutes, please.
To the Common Council of the City of South Bend, The subcommittee has inspected the minutes of the October 24th, 2016 meeting of the council and found them to be correct. Therefore, we recommend the same be approved.
Make a motion to accept the report from the subcommittee on minutes.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Under special business, just a couple of quick announcements. Due to the Thanksgiving holiday, the next filing deadline with the clerk's office is 11/22, so November 22nd. Bills continued. If you're here for 1686 Noble America, or 6016 Portage Avenue and Bola Avenue Alley Vacation, those are both continued. I would also like to recognize two Boy Scout troops that are here, 4115 and 111. Gentlemen, would you please stand? And ladies, if present.
All right.
Thank you. You're seeing democracy at work, so stay awake.
We talking
Yes. There are no reports from city offices. We are joined.
Scott,
yes.
also an announcement with regard to, there will be only one December meeting.
You're correct. Yes, so there will only be one December meeting. That will be December 12th. So, and we will announce that again on November 11th. Do we need a vote on the meeting? Nope.
What about the changing order?
We're going to get to that. Yes, I think under special business, we'd like to suspend the rules. I'd like to motion to suspend the rules and move under committee of the whole 4116 to the bottom of the committee of the whole agenda so we can hear the other bills prior to that.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We need a roll call?
Yes.
Let's do a roll call. We need a 9-0 vote on that, so.
Councilmember Preston?
Aye.
Randy Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Broden?
Aye.
Dr. Varner?
Aye.
Vice President Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Vorty?
Aye.
Mr. Furley?
Aye.
Councilmember White?
Aye.
President Tim Scott?
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you. There are no reports from city offices, but we are joined by James Mueller from the mayor's staff. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to rise and become the committee of
So
the whole.
moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Taking my name.
The Committee of the Whole is now in session. This is the portion of the council meeting where the full council meets as a committee. During each ordinance, the public will have an opportunity to comment in favor or against. You will be limited to 5 minutes total in those comments per person. With that, would the city clerk please read 5416?
5416, public hearing on an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance for property located at 1037 Elmer Street, Councilmanic District Number 2 in the city of South Bend, Indiana.
Is there a committee report?
Yes, the Joint Organization Committee met this afternoon. We're bringing this bill to you with a favorable report.
Is there a presenter? And please state your name and address.
Sure. Angela Smith from the Area Plan Commission, the office is in the 11th floor of this building. The petitioner is seeking to rezone the property on Elmer Street from SF2 to MU for the extension of an existing business that fronts on Lincoln Way, the child care facility. They're looking to extend the project into the proposed rezoned area. The map shows here the parcel that they are looking to rezone. It is contiguous to their already existing development there, right at the corner of Elmer and Lincoln Way West that the business is operating from. To the north and east are single-family homes, zone SF2 single-family and two-family. To the south and west are commercial businesses, zone MU mixed use. This gives you another image of the property that's currently vacant that they acquired recently, and a view of the property along the recently vacated alley there, which you can see on the left of the image. The site plan shows the existing building there at the front along Lincoln Way and the proposed accessory structure which they would like to use for storage for their vans and stuff related to the daycare business there. This comes to you from the Plan Commission with a favorable recommendation. Rezoning this property will help establish or allow for the extension of an existing business that has been established along the corridor, and with proper architecture and screening will fit into the neighborhood as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We'll hear from the petitioner first, and then we'll open up to questions. Is there a petitioner? And please state your name and address.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Bernard Feeney, surveyor at 715 South Michigan Street here in South Bend. I'm here this evening on behalf of Betty Williams, the owner and operator of Kids Company Daycare, located at the northwest corner of Elmer and Lincoln Way. Ms. Williams has been at this location for approximately 16 years and is currently working on second and third generation clients at that particular location. Ms. Williams accommodates or cares for children that cover primarily the South Bend area. She does not go into Mishawaka. She does cover parts of the county, but this is her primary location. She does have a secondary location for older kids, but this one is the one that handles some of the younger kids. The building that she is proposing on the property immediately north that she has recently acquired is, as Angela indicated, a building to be constructed to house vans that she uses to pick up some of these kids and drop them off at the end of the day. Along with that, she will store some of the materials that are normally outside during the wintertime. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions from council for petitioner or presenter? Seeing none, we'll move to the public portion. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor? Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one, back to the council. What's your pleasure?
We'll just go to full council favorably.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Could I entertain a motion to continue 6016 to 1128?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. City Clerk, would you please read 6716?
6716, public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, concerning current refunding and outstanding waterworks revenue bonds for 2002 and 2006, each issued to finance construction of improvements to the municipal waterworks of the City of South Bend, Indiana, authorizing the issuance of revenue bonds for such purpose in the principal amount not to exceed $3,727,000, addressing this matter, connecting therewith, including the issuance of notes in anticipation of bonds, and repealing ordinances inconsistent therewith.
A motion to accept the substitute bill?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Is there a committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Utilities Committee had a public hearing on 6716, substitute 6716, in front of the council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a presenter, please?
Members of the council, Phil Facenda from Bars at Dornberg. I also have with me John Julian from Umbaugh Associates, who is providing the financial advisory work.
Please state both of your addresses, please.
John Julian, 112 Ironworks Drive, Mishawaka Avenue, 100 North Michigan Street.
That's all.
The bond ordinance before you is a refunding of two prior bonds of the city waterworks. Those who have been on the council previously know that there have been several refinancings, a series of refinancings that the city has undertaken with regard to their water and sewer bonds over the course of the last several years. This is another refinancing opportunity. The refinancing would be retiring the 2000 bonds and the 2006 bonds. As part of that refinancing, there would not be an extension of the final maturity. The 2006 bonds expire in January of 2027, and that would be the final maturity of the refunding bonds as well. as stated in the face of the ordinance, it's an amount not to exceed $3,720,000. There will also be contributions coming from funds on hand with the city and their debt service reserve funds for the 2 existing bonds that are being refinanced. So that keeps the principal amount of the bonds down. The bond ordinance also reflects an interest rate not to exceed 4%. It's anticipated that when the bonds are actually priced, it'll be considerably below 4%, hopefully below 3% as per the interest rate. The Board of Public Works met and approved this bond ordinance and has recommended it to the council as of their meeting on November 8th. And John can answer any questions you may have. We anticipate gross savings of approximately $250,000 and anticipate to close before the end of the year on the bonds.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Yes?
I know in our presentation you said there's anticipated savings, and possibly could I ask Mr. Murphy to come up here and part of that presentation because of the fact that it probably would not.
Sure. Please state your name and address.
John Murphy, City Controller, with offices on the 12th floor of this building.
There's basically about $40,000 per year that's going to be saved in this project for the next 10 years, given all the other costs that we talked about today, give or take so many things. How does that affect the upcoming situation when it comes to water rates, when it comes down to other CSO issues? The use of that money, even though it's a small amount considering city dollars of $40,000 per year, where would that go now that which was in the budget before, now that we can take that out? Where do you see that going?
That money will be savings in the fund, so that'll be factored into those other analysis of the water rates and not so much the CSO because that's on the sewer side, but it'll be factored into the water rate study. Julian is also working with UMBA on that study as well, so I'm sure he's thought of that to include the savings in there in that analysis as well.
Okay, well then, can you share your thoughts that you had, that you thought of that? Can you share what you were thinking?
Yes. Again, not to jinx the results of the refunding or count our chickens before they're hatched.
I got you.
We do take the estimated $40,000 to $45,000 in annual reduction in payments into consideration, and that was factored into our recommendation on the rate analysis. That savings was factored in.
So that's already been previously factored into the information we will receive for upcoming meetings?
That's correct.
Okay, I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, we'll move to the public portion. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor? Anyone from the public wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one, back to the council. What's your pleasure?
Motion for favorable passage.
Second.
Substitute bill.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Before I ask the city clerk to read 4116, I just want to outline the process for council and the public so we can have ample time for public input. We will have the presenter first, followed by the petitioner. We will then open it up to council questions. We will limit council questions at that time to 2 questions each. We will then open it up to the public. After that portion, the presenter has an opportunity for rebuttal. After that portion, if there are any additional questions from council, we will go down the line and ask questions. After that time, please do not make any motions until all council members have the opportunity to make a comment. Again, we'll go down the line and make comments. Following that, we will entertain a motion. So with that being said, would the city clerk please read 4116?
4116, public hearing on an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance for property located at 401 East Colfax Avenue, 228 and 230 Sycamore Street.
Is there a committee report?
And
I'm sorry.
and 312 LaSalle Avenue, Councilmanic District Number 4 in the city of South Bend, Indiana.
For the record, this is already a substitute bill, which was accepted.
Great. Is there a committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The Zoning and Annexation Committee had a lively discussion this afternoon, and we bring this to you with no recommendation at this time.
Is there a presenter? Please state your name and address.
Good evening, Angela Smith from the Area Planning Commission with offices on the 11th floor of this building. I will do my best to keep this brief, as many of you have seen this, but I also want to make sure I cover the items for the members of the audience who were not at any of the other readings. Petitioner is seeking to rezone this property along LaSalle and Colfax. The current zoning is CBD Central Business District. They're proposing to rezone to PUD planned unit development. Again, the area to be rezoned is highlighted here. You can see it includes the existing Commerce Center, the parking, and the associated parking lots to the north of the Commerce Center on the site. The surrounding properties are all zoned CBD Central Business District and range from the park area along the East Race to townhomes on the west, and there's offices and commercial buildings along this area as well. These are views of the existing property. You can see the existing Commerce Center building there on the left. This is looking across the East Race. This is looking across LaSalle, the same general area. This is where the proposed building would be located. And then this is a further away view looking at the site from LaSalle. The developer is proposing a mixed-use development on the site. The site plan, or the original plan provided, shows up to 175-foot tall mixed-use building. There's 400-foot long span along LaSalle, and it wraps around the corner. A proposed 100-foot tall parking structure is located in the center of the lot to service this site. A small portion of the site would be used for surface parking and access. The proposed PUD allows all the uses within Central Business District and adds group residence, manufacturing retail, tailor, and electric retailer, relay, or public utility substation. They include, the PUD district standards include regulations for signage, parking, lighting, and various other items that are handled in the full ordinance which is presented to the council. The sign section's been expanded a little bit to increase building coverage and allow for a roof sign, but the lighting and loading sections are pretty much consistent with the Central Business District. There has been a lot of discussion about the concerns about the proposed shadows that may be cast from the building. This is an illustration of a sun study that was done that looks at the project during the 4 key points of the year, the 2 equinoxes and the 2 solstices. And this slide gives images of the project if it was built at the allowed 60-foot height is currently allowed in the Central Business District, looking at the same time frames. This gives an image of what the building might look like. The buildings on the left would be the approximate equivalent height of the point structure, the point apartments, which are located to the north of this project. As a planned unit development, this project follows a slightly different process than the typical rezoning that you would see. The process is outlined here on the map. It starts with a concept to the plan to the staff, which is then presented in a formal petition for zone map change, the PUD district ordinance, which I mentioned, which is the full list of development standards for the project, preliminary site plan, and any additional materials that may be requested. It is then reviewed by the Area Planning Commission and sent on to the City Council. In this case, it came to the City Council with no recommendation from the Plan Commission. The standards are in 2015 when the PUD ordinance was amended to create some new criteria to look for. The things that have been outlined on which the intent of the PUD is to establish a compatible and efficient mix of land uses and open spaces, to ensure compatibility with the comprehensive plan, surrounding development, and future development needs, to establish a creative approach in building design through architectural compatibility, to achieve flexibility and provide incentives for development that will sustain a wider range of choice and satisfaction to the changing needs of the community, and to provide for an individual land or combination of lands not otherwise specified elsewhere in the ordinance. It went on then to further say that a planned unit development section of the ordinance specifically states the PUD district is not intended to be used for permitted uses or special exception uses which are provided within another district of the ordinance, or for the development seeking relief from development standards within a district in which the use is permitted. In addition to not meeting the intent of the PUD development district standards, the proposed standards do not meet some of the other requirements of a zone map amendment as outlined by state law, which Mr. Maliassi can address now.
Good evening, Larry Maliazzi, Executive Director of the Area Plan Commission with offices on the 11th floor of this building. I know it's a little unusual for you to get a duo presentation on the staff report for zoning, but this is, as I will note later, and as you may tell from my comments, probably one of the most important zoning decisions in front of the council, at least in recent memory. For those of you who have the staff report available or are familiar with it, I'm going to begin to address the criteria in state law that both the Plan Commission and the council, when they hear zoning petitions, have to give reasonable regard to. And that would start on page 2 and end on page 3 of the staff report. So when reviewing rezoning requests, you have to give reasonable regard to 4 criteria. The first is a reasonable regard to the comp plan, of which the East Bank Plan is a part of. You must give reasonable regard to current conditions and character of the area, of the neighborhood, or the immediate blocks. You must give reasonable regard to the most desirable use for a piece of property. And finally, you must give reasonable regard to the conservation of property values. So, with that said, there has been a lot of discussion over the past months, both in front of the Plan Commission, the Zoning and Annexation Committee, and a lot of intricate details have been provided to you. A lot of information has been provided to you regarding facade treatments of the building, open space versus public space, how that's going to be used in connection with the grocery store. You talk about the uses in the building. You can talk about shadows, of which you've seen a slide up here. You can talk about assessed values of the building, and you can even talk about the number and quality of units. But the project that you consider, and the zoning project you consider tonight, still needs to adhere to the overall goals of the East Bank Plan and the 4 criteria that I just mentioned. So you need, as you start thinking about this, put all the details of the project, all the comments that you're going to hear and have heard, and try to fit them into those 4 criteria. Sometimes you may be able to fit one into several criteria, but that's your roadmap, so to speak. The East Bank Plan was approved in 2008, I believe June, midsummer 2008. It was a plan that had a 2-day charrette, and a charrette is a public gathering, public meeting of various stakeholders. You had 10 stakeholder groups that were a part of that. You had 15 concepts created by those stakeholder groups in a 2-day charrette. So as you can already begin to tell, there was probably some heated discussion, some heated ideas and opinions about the East Bank concept. But it all boiled down to, and most likely, hopefully with consensus, that came to one preferred alternative. And the plan cost around roughly $50,000. So this plan, in my opinion, was thoroughly vetted. It had the full inclusion of residents, businesses of the area, and at least one local developer. The plan was ultimately approved and forwarded to the council, and the council approved the East Bank Plan as an amendment to their comprehensive plan. So when you read the comprehensive plan criteria that I mentioned earlier, the East Bank Plan is an integral part of the comprehensive plan. It's a more detailed, geographic specific plan, but it is the comprehensive plan for that area of the city. Prior to 2008, 4 years, in 2004, the city adopted its current version of the zoning ordinance. It was a relatively new ordinance. It took a while to vet, get through it, It replaces a zoning ordinance that probably had its beginnings in the 40s, okay, with a lot of patches, a lot of Band-Aids, so it was time for it to be approved. At that time, okay, through the public process, the Central Business District was established on the east and west sides of the river. We didn't really have a zoning district called CBD before then. We had various other zonings. I believe A3 and was one zoning district. There was a lot of industrial zone land actually downtown, in the downtown area. All the development standards in the Central Business District are the same, except for the height. So there was a conscious decision in 2004 to begin to establish the distinct character between East Bank and West Bank. And I believe one of the concepts was that the downtown is important. It's an important part of the city of South Bend. That's where higher density, higher heights should be located. And the East Bank is where it's still Central Business District, it's still the same development standards except for height, and it still has the mix of uses necessary for the two to work together. So the East Bank plan essentially validated that. Okay, they didn't suggest, the East Bank plan did not suggest we change the height. There was no call for that. So there's just an important connection to make, that this has some history and it has some public input to it. So to wrap up, I'm going to kind of step away from the staff report a little bit, and as one of your two planning directors that reports to you, myself and then also the planning director that's under the umbrella of the Department of Community Investment, I'm going to give you some opinions on this particular plan. The decision tonight will determine the balance of the development in the East Bank area. Some people may find that good, some people may find that bad, but it will affect the overall development. It very well may compromise the public process I just described over the past 12 years, give or take. If this project is approved at the recommended height, or I'm sorry, at the proposed height, it will be practically impossible for the Area Board of Zoning Appeals, the Area Plan Commission, or the council, however it comes to any one of these bodies, to deny future height variances requests anywhere, absolutely anywhere in the East Bank area. That means you could have 175-foot buildings strung along the river on the East Bank. You could have 175-foot buildings built behind the brand new townhomes across from the Emporium. You could have 175-foot buildings next to St. Joe Grade School. Wherever you picture the East Bank and what you know of it, it's going to be practically impossible to deny a height variance. Approval of this petition will cast public doubt on the validity, of current and future planning efforts. We do a lot of those here in the city. We spend a whole lot of money, and have spent a whole lot of money in the city. So if you're a citizen, you come forward, you're invited to a public meeting, and they say, this is our guide, that's going to be compromised. Thank you. Any questions of Angela and I? We'll be happy to answer.
We're going to hold questions until after the petitioner. Is the petitioner prepared? What's that?
We're going to hold questions for...
Yes. Yep. Yeah, your full presentation. And if you'd like to make community investment a part of that, that's fine.
We hold questions, all questions?
Yep. Oh, yeah, just as we do with every bill, we let the petitioner and presenter present, and we ask questions after.
Okay, David Matthews, I live at 215 East Colfax Avenue in South Bend, Indiana, downtown, and across the street from this proposed development. I just wanted to take a quick moment and address some of the comments that were just brought up, and give a little bit of history on the height issue that most of the discussion is going to relate to. I think everyone likes the use. Everyone wants to see a grocery store and pharmacy in downtown South Bend. It really just comes down to what should the height be. On the west side of the river, the height was set at 150 feet, which today would keep the Chase Tower building, the Key Bank building, the County City building, the tower building next to the courthouse, and the Hoffman Hotel from being built. On the east side of the, which would be really boring for a skyline, on the east side of the river, the height limit was set in 2004, I think it said, at,
Video cameras calling us.
So in 2004, the height was set at 60 feet. And then the Ward property by Frank Perry and Gonzaga's petitioned the Area Board of Zoning Appeals to raise that height to like 98, just under 100 feet. And the Area Board of Zoning Appeals said, okay. So at the time, the staff said, no, that's a bad idea. The Area Board of Zoning Appeals, which is appointed by people from Mishawaka, Lakeville, Walkerton, South Bend, all over the county, said, no, we can make the limit on the river 100 feet, close to it, no big deal. And then we tried to get a project through the ABZA, and the ABZA told us no. And then we tried another project to the ABZA, and they told us no. That was, a few stories shorter than the one across the street. So then we went to the city council and did a PUD, and the city council said, yeah, that makes sense. New height limit's 100 feet, or 98 feet, 95 feet, and the Department of Community Investment came out with a policy that said, okay, if you want to go above the height, we want something back. In this case, we want public art or some public space that you're setting aside for public enjoyment. You're not just building tall, but you're giving something back to the public good. And so we agreed to that, and we used that to get the endorsement of community investment in the city and the mayor's office for the building across from the Emporium, and then also for the East Bank Flats over on Sycamore Street. And the difference from the height limit of 60 feet to the 98 feet was 68%. So arbitrarily, the ABZA, not the city council, made the new height limit 68% higher than what was in the plan. And then we're here saying, hey, can we make another 78% higher? But we're coming to you, the city council, through the PUD process, which I think is the right forum for this sort of decision. Because with the PUD, we have to not just say, hey, we want to go taller, but we have to present what the building's going to look like, a site plan, uses, and it gives a chance for the public to hear what's happening and the public to comment, specifically people who live and own in this neighborhood. And planning is important. So with that, I'll get through some of the recent transformations that happened inside the East Bank neighborhood. If you look on the left slide, that's what the corner of Colfax and Sycamore looked like in 2009, 10-ish, when I bought the property. On the right, 6 townhomes. Next project we did downtown was across the street from the Emporium. On the left, you can see the half-paved, half-gravel parking lot. Now there's 10 gorgeous townhomes that are there, been there for a few years. And we're great at celebrating our success. But this is still a neighborhood that's poor, right? There's 2,100 people who live in the neighborhood, and this is within a mile diameter of the site, so a half mile east, west, north, and south. There's 1,200 households, and the median income for those 1,200 households is $16,000 a year. That's less than $1,400 a month for half the households in this neighborhood. So though we've gotten market rate housing into the neighborhood, the first townhomes we built were the first market rate residential project in this side of town in 30 years. Like, this neighborhood's changing. We care about this neighborhood. I chose to live there. A lot of the people who are here in the audience today have chosen to make this neighborhood their home. and we'll hear from them hopefully soon. But this is what the site looks like. Here's a parking lot. It's not pedestrian friendly, and we're in a city where we just spent $25 million making smart streets to make our sidewalks and streets more pedestrian friendly. Parking lots on the street and sidewalk are boring. What we're proposing is getting a first floor grocery store and pharmacy with a side door deli on the water facing the East Race and housing above. Currently, we have about 90,000 square feet of leasable office space. It's on about 2.9 acres. We have just under 300 parking spaces. The assessment is $2 million. We pay about $60,000 a year in property taxes. We're proposing to put a mixed-use building on Sycamore, LaSalle, and the East Race, which will conceal a parking garage in the middle of the block. And then, to go over the details of what this is going to look like, I'm going to introduce Velvet Canada. She's our on-staff designer. We have an architect and designers on staff for our company, and she has an undergrad from Texas A&M in architecture, a master's degree from Notre Dame in classical architecture and urban design.
Good evening, Velvet Canada, Matthews LLC, 401 East Colfax, South Bend, Indiana. So I'd like to start with inspiration. As a designer, I look for how can I make things beautiful, and as you can tell from our recent projects, I apparently look at parking lots and decide, hey, what can I put here? So I started thinking of, first, let's think about Chicago. Let's think about what do you like seeing as you walk down the street? What makes a city exciting and vibrant? And you have people, but you also have buildings. And those buildings tell stories, and they show you different character. So along LaSalle, we have the challenge of 411 feet and putting a building there that pedestrians can walk by and enjoy. And then to do that, like, what if we break it up and make them look like different buildings? So this turned into this. And so I'd like to take you down the street of LaSalle as you're walking as a pedestrian. So first, you're looking at the end block, and in my vision here, I'm taking from the arches that are currently on LaSalle. So if you look at the top of the building, you see the arches, not LaSalle, but the Commerce Center. And then I wanted to take the Chicago building and take the bay windows and open up. Bay windows bring in light for the units. And so I wanted to open that up, but then they also allow you to look down Sycamore. And if you look down Sycamore, we have these great lights now that light up the Jefferson Bridge and bring lots of people downtown and give you some pleasant things to look at. The next thing is the supermarket entrance. And so this one I chose to do more of like a French style, and the canopy would have like a delicate metal work, and the balconies would also be delicate, that you could go out and look and see what was going on LaSalle Street. And then the center building would be something more classical that the main portion of the store, the grocery store, would be on. And they would also have balconies that come in and out. So some are recessed and some are coming out into the streets. And then as we get to the East Race, this would be more of an industrial look, and using metal and brick and continuing the look down. As you look down the East Race, you would still see the Commerce Center, and then this would be right next to it, along with having the access to eat and sit outside and enjoy the East Race and hear the water. So there's a closer view of some of the details that I was inspired by. So now if we're standing on Sycamore, looking down Sycamore, you see the building that we're going to, that's actually in production right now, the East Bank Flats, and how that would relate to the proposed project. And then as we keep walking down the bridge, you'll see in context with the townhomes, the East Bank Flats, and then the proposed building. And then this is what it would look like if you were on the 14th floor of this building in context with the rest of the city. So again, we're looking at 12 stories, we're looking at a height of 162 feet, overall height, so we can get the elevator and some of the mechanical stuff up there, 175 feet. The footprint is 32,400 square feet, giving us a total building area of 387,000 square feet. We're estimating that we'll have commercial space of 62,000 square feet, and then the residential, we would like to see 240 apartments, giving us about 24 apartments per floor. So if you think about the height of this, and you think about the fact that the tallest building in the world is 2,700 feet, this is very minuscule compared to that. That's 5% of the tallest building in the world. Then, let's take a look at the parking. So, the main parking that will service the grocery store and the retail will come in off of LaSalle and Colfax. And that, some of it will be covered, some of it's not covered, so we have 84 spaces that will be covered and 37 that aren't. So giving us a total parking there for 121. And then the upper levels, those will be accessed off of a speed ramp off of Sycamore. Then that will house the employees parking, the parking for the current Commerce Center area, and then also for the apartments. This gives us about 621 spaces, along with, we'll have a roof deck that we'd like to make a common green space. I'd like to introduce Jonathan Jones. He's head of our marketing, to talk to you a little bit more about what we've built.
Jonathan Jones, Matthews LLC, 401 East Colfax. So, as we talk about market rate demand, one of the first questions that always comes up is, are we overbuilt? Essentially, is the multifamily construction that's taking place in the downtown area, is it outstripping demand? Now, to prevent any kind of dragging this on, the answer is no. But let's take a deeper look into why that is. Now, we already know that South Bend is the fourth largest city within the state, surpassed only by Evansville, Fort Wayne, and Indianapolis. More importantly, however, we sit at the center of a multi-county, bi-state region known as Michiana, which is home to well over 800,000 individuals. Now, if we expand that even further to the greater Michiana area, that puts us as the cultural and economic hub of a region of nearly 1 million people. Taking a step even further, when we see how South Bend is positioned within the state, as well as within the Midwest, we are within a 3 hours drive, depending on who's driving, of course, from 4 major cities. Now, the reason I take you guys through this is to show that South Bend is poised and positioned to be a strong economic driver within the state. Not only that, we also are set up to be a great incubator of business development. And that's not just my opinion. That's also the opinion of the state, as recently evidenced by the Regional Cities Initiative. Now, through this initiative, one of the driving factors in the IEDC's process was to find ways to research other regions that have planned successfully. And in that study, one of the things that they found was that regions that do plan successfully have found ways to become cool places for individuals to live, work, and play. And this is a big, big component of talent acquisition. Because as we look at young professionals, we realize that first they're going to look for cool places to live. But in that decision, they're also looking for opportunities to find places where they can walk to work, walk to their favorite restaurants or bars, maybe visit their favorite recreational attractions, all within a comprised area where they can be social and connected. So as we think about this, let's look at how South Bend fits into this mold. Now, if we look at our downtown workday population, we'll see that a little over 20,000 individuals make up that population. However, downtown residents is a little bit over 3,000 individuals. And a lot of that is hindered by present developments that are available. As we look at the current market, we know there's a strong growing demand for apartments in the area. Let's look at the county. But right now, as I was just saying, there's a big draw for individuals looking for opportunities to live close to where they work. And right now, those opportunities are not present in the downtown area. looking back to when Matthews first moved into the neighborhood, say, as David was showing back in 2010, our first development was completed, I believe, around 2012 with our East Bank townhomes. Now, at the time, that was the first market rate residential development in the neighborhood since the Point Apartments, which was well over 30 years ago. And so since that time, not much within the rental market has been updated. And for the new projects that have come into play, many of them have been focused towards our student market, which is a growing market thanks to the abundance of universities and colleges that are present within our area. So as we look at what we aim to do with this project, Matthews is a company that has a strong mission and focus, believing that our built environment plays a key role in our enjoyment and our lives as individuals. And with that, we feel that as Bevel was walking you guys through the aesthetics of this plan, we really believe that a keen attention and focus to detail can have massive effects in our overall enjoyment and sustainability, and connectedness, and being social, and ultimately having easier lives. So let's take a look at this current project in its whole. So we're looking at a development that's going to provide units in size from 1 to 4 bedroom apartments. Now the beauty of this is that it provides a wide range of individuals, no matter which stage of life that they're in, which economic status that they're in, to be attracted to this development. It's going to create a community that brings in individuals from all different areas. For the young high school student or college student who's graduating and they're getting ready to start out on their own, looking to get from under their parents' wings, all the way to the young family that's growing now and have the need for more space. Or we can even look at the early nesters, the growing baby boomer population that have families moving out, and they need an opportunity to downsize a bit, and in that process become once again more connected to the social culture of a city center. And this project provides that. Along with that, there's a diverse price range. A lot of the projects that we've done to this point have really been aimed at a higher tier, and David kind of pointed that out earlier. But with this project, this is an opportunity to come in at a market rate and become competitive with some of the other developments in the area. And through that, additionally, as we mentioned previously before, and some people may have seen this in the news, we are working on a pilot program that provides an opportunity for volunteers, tenants within the building, to become volunteers of their neighborhood, and essentially through that, be able to get a discount towards their rent, in some cases upwards of 50%. Now, in my lifetime as an adult, we'll say, one of the things that my wife and I have found out is that the majority of our closest relationships, some of our tightest friends throughout this time, have come from our immediate surroundings, the neighbors who are around us every day, the people that we're living life with. And that's what a program like this aims to do. Through that, in that volunteering process, not only are we bringing people from different areas of life, but they're also having an opportunity to work together and establish relationships that otherwise may not have happened. Now, through this, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so I just want to take a moment to walk you guys through a number of photos, because many people have had a chance to hear about some of our projects, and they may have seen the exteriors, but they haven't had a chance to walk through. So real quickly, we're just going to walk through a couple of photos here. Start with some bedrooms. This right here is a typical studio apartment. This would be similar to like a one-bedroom setup. What you can't see on here is we have a large closet space and an attached bathroom with this unit. This is actually at the 701 Niles building, and it was a project that we were working on. Here's another one-bedroom unit, similar to like a guest bedroom. This is at our Ivy Quad development. This is an example, say, maybe of a master bedroom. Once again, a lot of focus towards light. You can see there's windows off the right side of this image where there's a balcony area. Here's an even better image showing lots of windows, lots of ability for light to come in, really drawing the individuals out towards their surroundings. Now here's some kitchen spaces. Once again, this is a great place to sit down and have a meal, as kind of directed there to you by the art on the wall over there. Eat right here. And so you can see we've got nice hardwood floors and just a nice overall look. Another space is within our River Race Townhomes development. Lots of open space, lots of room for seating, room for socialization. This is another kitchen within our Ivy Quad community here. And just everything, it looks different, With the developments, it really creates an opportunity for people to find a place that they can really have care in and acceptance. Going forward, this is showing this is kind of an open space, so wide open spaces. Even with a smaller unit, it's going to feel open with the different types of layouts that we use. There's a living room space. Another. And finally, a couple of bathrooms. So just kind of walk through these. So, with that being said, we've talked to you guys a little bit about the focus behind this project. We've talked to you about the aesthetics and even the residential portion of it. At this point, we're going to switch gears and kind of talk a bit more about the commercial side of this project. And with that being said, I'm going to invite Rob Bartles up, and who's going to talk to you guys a little bit about Martin's involvement.
Please state your name and address, and I'll just remind anyone speaking tonight, please address your comments to council, not to audience.
You bet. Rob Bartles, Martin Supermarket, 760 West Cotter. First of all, make sure I got this going in the right direction. I am really excited about this opportunity. I cannot tell you how many years we have had the request for a downtown supermarket. The number of emails, the number of focus groups, the number of folks that have mentioned that we just flat need to be downtown. You're the hometown grocer, what the heck are you doing not here? And to me, this project is part of a much larger picture that gives us that opportunity. As I think back just a few years ago, 2008 when the recession hit, we rebuilt a store in North Elkhart. And literally, it was a leap of faith. If you will recall, we had 25% unemployment. The president visited because we were having so much fun. And Elkhart was, frankly, in the doldrums. And when you walked a retail environment, you could flat feel it. There was no emotional reason for rebuilding that store on the north side of Elkhart, other than our crazy VP at the time, Dan Bailey, said, hey, we really have to do this because our current store stinks. And I asked him if he was absolutely out of his mind. He said, no, and we got to do it now. So I listened to Dan, and Dan did it. The interesting part of that story is that we couldn't tell then what was going to happen in the future. And in the same sense, there is no way that I can look back over the past few years, maybe even the past 20 years, and tell you that downtown South Bend is a place of vital redevelopment, of increased folks living downtown, of all kinds of different opportunities that are coming at once. I would never have guessed at regional cities. I would never have guessed at private investment. I would never have guessed that we are going to try to do our very best to be downtown. Why? Because we have to have customers before we come. We can't build a baseball field and they're not just going to show up and play baseball. That's not the way our game works. The way our game works is you build a store in the middle of folks, and by golly, you need each and every customer to get the job done. It's part of why this building is so darn tall. It's part of why we need to be next to something that allows us about 100 parking spaces on ground floor. It's part of the reason we couldn't say no to OSCO when Mayor Steve talked about it. It's part of why we couldn't say no, or why we couldn't say yes, pardon me, to the regional, or to the Football Hall of Fame. We couldn't get the right kind of development done. It takes a very complicated set of development. It takes a great deal of skill to get it done right. It is a risk for us as the entrepreneur. And I can tell you that having worked with this project and looking at all of the things that are happening, from Chase to the LaSalle building to this project and many others, and frankly, it should open the opportunity up for a lot of other development. But I tell you what this project represents as much as anything is momentum. Not just momentum for us as the hometown grocer, not just momentum for Dave Matthews as a guy who's trying to rent apartments, but as a place that puts us on the map for a place where you as a business person can come, take risk, understand what you're getting into, and do a good job at development. There's a tremendous amount of complexity here, no question, but I am very glad that you guys have the flexibility to say yes to the right things, and I hope that you do so. Thank you.
And this is a continuation of the presentation? Great. Please state your... That's okay. Please state your name and address.
I'm going anonymous today. Mike Higby, 277 East 12th Street, Indianapolis, Indiana. By way of context, I run a development advisory services company by the name of Development Concepts, Inc. And happened to be the development and planning director for Indianapolis back in the late 1980s. And have gone through some of this redevelopment exercise, not only in Indianapolis, but with my company for the last 25 years. So it's exciting to see this project. I'm here to talk a little bit about some of the market context. I do want to say that, I worked with a planning staff that I admired a great deal in Indianapolis. They kept me straight, they kept the community straight, made sure that we did good planning. I learned in that job that good development is normally preceded by good planning. And you do have a plan here for this neighborhood that is critical and important to be considered as you look at the decision before you today. But it is a guidepost. And when the height limit was put into that plan, it was meant to really serve as a guideline for most of the development parcels within that neighborhood, but not necessarily each and every one. And I do disagree that if you allow a project on the right parcel to go to the height that's being considered here today, that means the whole neighborhood falls. This is not the domino theory. This happens to be a lot that can accommodate that height. And it would work for the neighborhood. If you look at the surrounding area, this is a commercial area. It has varying building heights, and certainly a height of this size in this particular parcel would, I think, by most people's consideration, work. Clearly, a little bit further to the east might not be as appropriate. But I think context is very important, and we're going to talk a little bit about this. Let me see if I'm going to do Rob's presentation now. I'm really going in the wrong direction here. Okay, so I think there's several key questions to consider. Does the proposed project respond to a market need? You want to make sure it's successful in that it's really going to add, as was mentioned earlier, it's going to improve the neighborhood in some way. Does the proposed project enhance the urban fabric? You look at the comp plan, you look at the plan, you look at what people want to see in a neighborhood like this. Is this really contributing, or is it taking away? Is the project feasible? And will the proposed project encourage additional investment? I think these are all related to the questions that were brought up by the planning staff. And is this going to benefit the comp plan and some of the considerations that were done during that planning process? So does the proposed project respond to the market need? There's a market concern in South Bend. You look at this graph, you can see that the Elkhart Goshen area annual growth is about 0.8%, not robust, but modestly healthy. You look at South Bend, Mishawaka, it's 0.1%. So that is, you're barely keeping up with the population. You're really not growing very much at all. You look at the population growth, 2013, 2014, 0.2%. So the population is not growing. There has to be an intervention if indeed you're going to add population and grow this community in a way that you would like to. Population trends, I think this is probably the more important chart. It shows that you're actually losing younger population. You're like many other communities, you're aging. Almost all communities are. But the healthy urban communities are actually growing that population base at 24 and under and 25 to 34. And the IU Public Policy Institute has gone around and looked at urban centers around the state. And they've they've determined that there are only a handful of urban centers that are going to grow in this age cohort. Many are going to get older, but only some are going to maintain and grow that younger population, those urban centers that attract talent. St. Joe County and South Bend is kind of on the cusp. It could go either way. And if it doesn't plan well, if it doesn't build housing and jobs and the types of amenities that this young talent wants and the young households want, they will go elsewhere. It's happening in Indianapolis. It's not necessarily, certainly you can see the improvements here in South Bend. There's housing in South Bend now. I went to high school in Elkhart, so I remember coming over here when I was a young man. South Bend has improved significantly. It's going in the right direction, but it is not done. Just like in 1990, 1991, 1992, when I was the Planning and Development Director for Indianapolis, we were not done, even though we had made significant progress. This takes persistent, long-term commitment in order to turn these types of trends around. This may be the most important graphic, and this shows that St. Joe County is losing in the in-migration, out-migration battle. There are more people leaving than coming in. I'll repeat that. There are more people leaving St. Joe County than are coming in. That happened, your most recent year, that's been the case, and that has certainly been the trend from 2010 to 2014, when you might think it might be otherwise. So projects like this, I think, are really important to look at relative to how do we bring market back in. One of the issues is you really don't have the housing product that appeals to the market that you're trying to attract and bring in. They have other choices. And right now, those choices do not exist in South Bend. This project tries to address this. You've already seen this graphic. This neighborhood is already challenged from a household income standpoint. This is one of those unique projects where the households will benefit from this project happening. It's bring new people in, new demand for services. It will raise property values within the neighborhood. Many of the people that rent in this type of project will consider, when they're ready for a single-family home, buying within the general area. They are already rooted in the community. They like the fact that they're close to work. They like the fact that they're close to amenities. They like the fact that they're close to a grocery store. So when they're ready to make that move from apartment to household, this will benefit the neighborhood. It will reinforce the neighborhood. I drove the neighborhood several times. The opportunity for infill single-family development is significant in this neighborhood, and clearly the neighborhood plan calls for some of that, and the neighborhood will benefit from this type of project. Okay, let me see if am I done? Okay. A couple of other quick slides. There is a huge market out there of millennials and baby boomers. For the first time in the last year or two, the millennials now are the larger population. 79 million strong, 76 million baby boomers. And these are the folks that are looking for this kind of housing. They're looking for it in an urban setting more and more. These people will move all over the country, but they will look for a place. They will look for the ability to have community. They will look for that Starbucks in a Martin store to go down and have coffee each morning, or read on their pad, or read like I do in the old-fashioned way with a newspaper. But they're looking for, and the fact that you have amenities with the water right next door just makes this project that much more appealing to this market. You can see the boomers want density, they want transit options, they want walkability. Baby boomers, they want to lower their overall housing costs, they want convenience, and they want walkability. This project offers that type of amenity and that type of benefit. Does the project, as proposed, enhance the urban fabric? This is the conventional development trend in many cities around the country, the Texas wrap. Kind of is a 3-4 story product. It is wrapped around parking, and you see it going up and up. You see it in Indianapolis. I've done some recent work in Durham, North Carolina. You see it there. You see it across the country. And what cities are starting to rebel against is this being the only answer for urban housing. It's what developers know how to do. It's a less expensive project. Normally, you don't have the type of contention you had here today, so it's easier to get it zoned, but it also starts to define the urban fabric. This is all you're seeing. This is the path of least resistance for many communities. It doesn't necessarily engage, as Velvet mentioned, the sidewalk as well, doesn't engage the community as well. These tend to become islands unto themselves. Finally, I think Velvet talked about some of this, but clearly the history, I'm going to get to my sheet because I can't read that from this distance, but you have a history of mid-rise and high-rise buildings in this community, with the building we're in at 15 levels and 193 feet, the Tower building at 157 feet, the Aloft Hotels and Residences, which is the third building in, which is 300 feet. You certainly see height helping to define your downtown area and your immediate downtown area. This building has the ability to define the East Bank in an appropriate location, right on the edge, the western edge of the East Bank, and interacting and kind of bookending with downtown. The building that you can see in the little dip shows that building relative to all the other buildings that we're talking about. So it has some precedent in this community, and these buildings clearly have worked and helped define your downtown area. If they weren't here, imagine if they weren't here, what downtown would feel like today. And using the height limits that we're talking about today, they would not be here. Many of them would not be here, and the downtown area would be the worst for it. So the project is feasible. You have site control, you have an identified market, you have a growing market with the millennials and baby boomers, but that market isn't coming into South Bend right now, so there is a need to really get developers that are willing to take the risk and attract that market in. The city-state partnership is in place, and you have a proven developer with a financing track record. It's unusual for a community to have all those variables in spades, and you do. And that should not be taken for granted, because I work in communities across the country, and this is a rarity. Most communities are looking for this kind of development, begging for it, and you have it right on your doorstep. So, most likely, is this project going to encourage additional investment? I think one of the parameters for the comp plan and for planning in general. The density does bring additional demand for services, eating, entertainment, healthcare, dry goods, groceries. This neighborhood would benefit from those services. Transitioning the millennial market to potential customers for nearby urban neighborhoods, I think that is going to reinforce neighborhoods in a way that can be very strong. And certainly the idea that you're going to have a residential project of scale that makes the grocery store possible. Without this kind of project, my guess is this grocery store does not happen.
Again,
and it will be a significant anchor in the...
Please continue to address the council.
Sorry to go so long.
It's okay.
Yep.
Okay. So, we're almost done with the presentation. Just wanted to touch base on the tax consequences of a development like this in downtown. It's about a $50 million bill. The annual taxes are just over $1 million a year of additional revenue coming in. That's about $11 million, $12 million over a decade. Or, if we're breaking it down, since we're looking at height, it's about $100,000 per year per floor, or $1 million per decade per floor. So if we start taking away the height, we are costing the city $1 million per decade in additional revenue. Now, these would be lowered for the first decade with our current proposal for an aggressive tax abatement to help pay for the parking garage, because thanks to the Regional Cities Initiative grant of $5 million, we're able to present this and say, we don't need a check from the city. When we first looked at this development, we approached the city and said, hey, can we get the same deal Eddy Street Commons got, where the city pays for and builds the garage, $20-some million in the case of Eddy Street Commons, and then we'll do all this development, pay our property tax bill, and that would be great. Except for Eddy Street Commons, the big hotel has yet to be built, and that district is upside down in tax collection. So if the city didn't reorganize TIF districts, though that parking garage would have been paid out of our citizens' general fund. Instead, the city said, no, we're not going to do that again. Okay, but we will do an aggressive tax payment. So if you want to take the risk and pay for the garage yourself, Dave, take out a loan, put the risk on your shoulders, we will encourage an aggressive tax payment so that money you save on the increase in taxes can be used to pay your own private bond, your own loan, on the parking structure. So it's not putting the city at risk. That's, to make that payment, that's why we need 200 and some apartments to make the math work. Just to do a quick comparison, if we were at 175 feet, 12 stories, this project's generating almost $1.2 million of additional tax revenue per year. If we drop the height to 7 stories, it'll pull in $600 and some thousand of additional tax revenue a year. And if we stick with the original 60-foot plan, which would give us 4 stories, it's just under $400,000 of additional tax revenue a year. Do you have any questions?
With that, we will open up to questions. If you would, limit to two questions per council member at this time, and you can address your question to either the presenter or the petitioner. So that's either to Area Plan or to the petitioner, Matthews LLC. And we'll start, I'm sorry.
No, I start with me. You mind starting over
Okay,
there?
sure, yeah, sure, that's fine. Karen, you mind?
Okay, I was going to ask the question in regards from the staff report. They had indicated that 5 items of intent for planned unit development was not met. And I heard a counter argument from some of the presenters that it has been met, excluding the height. Can you respond to that? Or would that be Larry?
I don't know necessarily how the counter presenters said that it had been met, other than,
I think Dave could
the
respond.
real,
I don't know, I'm just wondering.
Right.
I don't know if you should respond, or should that come from Dave? I don't know. I thought I heard some counter arguments in terms of some of those.
It might make the most sense just to list the points that weren't met, and then we could just hash it out here.
sorry, let me grab my
Okay,
full set.
I have them here too.
I apologize for not bringing this up at the beginning, so I keep reading it back there.
No problem.
The 5 points, I'm going to find it here quickly. I can hit the 2 final points, which are the easiest ones, which are the fact that you should not use this if it can be accomplished through a district or through development height standards.
Could we go by the mic, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
There's the 5 points plus the 2 emphasis, which I can address without finding my notes here, that the PUD district not be used for
Take your time.
variances or for uses that are allowed within a district. That has not changed with their presentation material either. The other points are,
I think there is on, if I could help you, on page 3 and 4 of the Area Plan Commission.
establish compatible and efficient mix of land uses and open spaces. So we stated that we agree that it is a compatible mix of uses. Our only comment here was that we would like to see more open space along the river. So I don't believe that has changed. The open space is very limited on this site. There's not a lot of interaction with the river, so we still have some questions there. Ensure compatibility with the comprehensive plan. I think we've stressed on several occasions that we don't feel that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. I don't believe we've seen anything here this evening that would change that opinion of the staff. Establish a creative approach to building design and architectural compatibility. We still have yet to see much detail on the building design. At the time we wrote our staff report, we hadn't even seen the elevations you guys had seen. We would probably agree that it is moving in the right direction, but it still lacks a lot of the human scale and interaction at the ground floor that I think we are looking for. And we still do not know how the building functions internally or what happens there. We've not seen any additional developments from Matthews LLC. Achieve flexibility and provide for incentives for development that will assign a wider range of choice in satisfying the changing needs of the community. This one's one of those ones that's kind of vague. It's kind of hard to address. We still, again, without seeing the internal layout of the building, it's hard for us to determine how this will fully function and how the wider community will be serviced by some of these things.
All right, so 5 points. 1, we can't use this just as a way to avoid getting variances. That's why we're able to get this far in the PUD, because in our PUD application, some of the things we applied for, we could not get as special use or special exemption at the time. It's part of the reason why we applied early in the process, is to make sure that we were able to get this in before other rules change with zoning and group housing. 2, establish open space and compatible uses. Could you flip back to my presentation, please? We dedicated on, if we did a simple variance, we would ask for extra height, and we could build almost whatever we wanted. With this, we've expanded the PUD area to include the area east of the property, which we dedicated for the public. So it's a private area that we maintain, and I'll show you what we're talking about here. So on the right side, on the bottom right, you see like 3 trees drawn in. That whole area from Colfax to LaSalle is buildable land that we could build on. We are making that public space, meaning that we will maintain it, and if we ever, even if I died and somebody else owned it, if somebody else wanted to build it, they would have to come back to the city council and say, hey, if you want to put a structure up, is that okay? Unless that happens, this stays as it is, which is really nice, like 20, 30-foot grass areas and pavement between the east race and the current building and proposed building. Do we use creative building design, and are we architecturally compatible with the neighborhood? Absolutely. The pictures that Velvet showed of what we want this building to look like absolutely add to the character and enhance the quality of this neighborhood. These details that we want to put on our buildings are gorgeous. We could build a 1-story strip mall with a parking garage on the corner that would be awful. It would not add to the character of the neighborhood. That's not what we build. We care about this neighborhood. We care about how the buildings look and how it affects our daily life when we see them, when we walk by, when we take photos with them in the background. And everything we try to design, we try to make gorgeous and timeless. So it might not win an Architecture's Digest Award this year, but kind of like the LaSalle Hotel is 100 and some years old, it still looks good. This building, with their 4 different buildings, designs in it, will still be beautiful, not just a decade from now, but 100 years from now. And then, are we achieving flexibility for the changing needs of the community? Yes. It's like, absolutely. We make it so that if you had 4 people that wanted to live together, they could. We have 1 bedrooms if you want to live by yourself, if you want to couple up, if you want to have kids, if you want to be an empty nester. All of those life changes at different price points. We try and make housing available, because if we want to make a neighborhood that's stable, we need housing that's affordable, we need housing that's really nice, so that if you're rich, if you're poor, if you're divorced, if you're coupled up, if you have kids, if you don't have kids, if you're an empty nester, you can find a place to live in the East Bank for every stage and every age of your life. So you can live your entire lifetime in our neighborhood, go to the same parks, the same restaurants, the same bars, the same activities. That gives a stability to your neighborhood. That's what we care about. That's what we're trying to do. Yes, we achieve flexibility for the changing needs of the community. We meet all 5 of those. Thank you.
Karen, any additional questions?
I only have one additional question because we're only allowed 2. Okay?
You're right.
The other question, and I know the answer, but it was not part of your presentation, the price points from the 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the other part of that second question that you had, that there will be opportunity for those individuals through
The volunteer thing.
volunteer.
Yeah.
Would that be part of this development, or you're
Right.
looking at another
No,
development?
we're trying to do it with all of them.
Oh,
So
okay.
we are pioneering a project. We started at 701 Madison Center, the old Madison Center next to the dog park. And we have a family that's moved in, and the head person is is working on setting up the criteria for how we address a volunteer program. So we build really nice stuff. What happens if, like, the market crashes, everything goes bad, and we have this building that's built really well, it's beautiful, but, like, the market disappears. But we lower our prices. We don't make as much money. It gets really bad. I lose my money. I can't pay the loan payments. But the building's still there. The bank forecloses, and prices get reduced. The building becomes more affordable. The building, it will always be full because we build it so nicely. What happens is, Castle Point, Indian Lakes, apartments outside the area that are 30-plus years old, that haven't been updated, a tenant there says, oh, do I want to live in downtown South Bend and with granite countertops and hardwood floors for the same price as this other place? Well, they're going to pick downtown South Bend. But hopefully, these apartments are expensive. Hopefully, people say, hey, I want to move in and I love this quality, and so they maybe pay us as much as they pay Eddy Street Commons. But then a lot of people, a lot of friends I have who live in the neighborhood, who are active in the neighborhood, can't afford to live here. So what we've come up with is a pilot program where if you volunteer in the immediate neighborhood, we credit you $25 an hour up to half your rent. And so it has to be an approved project. So if you have a project, you have to talk to Willow and be like, hey, here's what I want to do. Does this meet? She says yes. And then we have an app that we use so that you can track your hours. And then we credit the money off your monthly rent. So that if there's an apartment building we did at the old Madison Center, that's our model. And this is it. So this would be an $800 a month apartment. But if somebody wanted to move in and volunteer 4 hours a week in the neighborhood, this is $400 a month, utilities included. That's awesome. And it makes it so that people who are engaged in making the neighborhood better can still live in the neighborhood later on. It also means that, hey, as a developer, a guy who's invested in real estate, if we have music festivals, if we have Sights and Sounds, if we have kickball leagues, if we have hockey events going on in the neighborhood, that makes quality of life better. Well, that's going to get people who can afford more to move to want to live in downtown South Bend. So it's kind of a long game, but, you know, we're
Yes, my question was that take away the commitment to service. What would be your price range for your 1, 2, 3, 4 bedroom apartments that you're proposing for this
as much as we can get. But that's
So what
probably
is that? What's that?
a one-bedroom in East Bank Flats, which is almost done. It's the one going up on Sycamore Street. It's probably $1,200 to $1,500 a month.
Okay.
And then 3 bedrooms are going to be in the $2,000 and up range.
Okay, and the 4-bedroom?
We don't have a 4-bedroom
Okay.
built yet, so we haven't
Yeah.
tested the market.
Okay. Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
President Scott, any questions?
Oh, yeah. This might be for Mr. Bartles as well. But with this building and with the grocery store, what are we looking at number of jobs that this could create?
That's an excellent question. Much like Dave doesn't have 4-bedroom...
Hey, Dave. Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay, we haven't done a downtown store yet. We are putting this together. We're modeling it after the store we did in south of Goshen. So we're thinking in the 40 or 50 person range, but it may be less, it may be a little more, it's hard to say.
Okay. I appreciate that answer. And Dave, anything with just the overall apartment building and that, what
We
jobs?
have additional, probably 1 or 2 property managers for the buildings. Those are higher paid management positions. And then probably 3, 4 full-time equivalent for grounds maintenance staff.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for presenting the tax numbers of 1.16. I look at the master plan. My only other question really is for community investment, and they're not part of this, so I'll defer to my comments. Just what I'm trying to do is balance the 1.6 million brought in yearly with this and this height to the master plan that projected 2.9 million if the master plan went through it. So
Questions?
I've pushed my issue.
Okay, questions. Councilman Bordy, any questions?
Maybe, what would be the timeframe for a build-out if you get a green light?
We have to get the green light here, then firm up the tax abatement, and then once the tax abatement's passed, we can sign our contract with the RDA, the Regional Cities, Regional Development Authority, and I haven't seen the contract yet, but the talk's been 4 years. So it's roughly a year of planning, which we're kind of in now, a year of parking structure construction, and then 2 years for the mixed-use building.
And the other question is,
Thank you.
more of a general, have you, I think there are a lot of properties available in the area for development for higher and better use. Have you talked with or worked with the city and/or other developers about parking and providing parking that I just think ultimately would be needed, both public and to serve other types of uses?
Right, absolutely. We currently let the Point Apartments park in our parking lot overnight. We have a 280-spot parking lot now at the Commerce Center. The parking lot is probably 60% full during the day and has like 3 or 4 cars at night that are ours. The cars on the north side are typically tenants from the Point Apartments. We've not let the tenants of the Stevenson Mill apartment complex park in it yet. We don't charge the Point people yet. We've said no to the Stevenson Mill folks because they've said that business is going really well, and when I asked them, what are you guys doing to give back to the neighborhood? They said, we aren't doing anything. I said, look, sponsor something, whether it's Sights and Sounds, the music festival, art in the neighborhood, DTSB, give back to the community. I'd let you guys, your tenants, park in the Commerce Center. $5 a month a door would be fine, but they've yet to do it. And so I'm trying to be a good neighbor and get them just engaged. I think you'll reach out to Frank Perry be here to speak probably against it. We've talked to him, and this parking garage that we have is oversized for a residential demand because it's sized for the grocery store and office demand that we currently have on the site. And so when this project's all said and done, we will have excess nighttime residential parking that's available that if we can rent it, if somebody else can use it, great, because, it's just going to sit there.
Thanks. I think that's 2.
Councilman Davis?
Yes. When this plan was presented to regional cities, it's my understanding that it was pretty much around the 7 stories concept. It wasn't at the 12 stories concept. And at the same time, Martin's had already pretty much signed on to it, even though it was at a lower height.
Right. When we first did the application to regional cities, it was when our region, Elkhart County, Marshall County, and St. Joseph County, were applying to try and get a regional cities grant. I thought the chances were pretty slim. We put our hat in the ring, and I spent hours on the application. Then we won, and so then I had to do the real math and find out, okay, what does it take to make this project work? And that's what we presented to the local RDA, and that's what they approved and awarded the $5 million grant for, and that's what the state awarded the local RDA grant, so that it's actually funded now, and that's what we are applying today for the rezoning.
Gotcha. So when you proposed that, I believe, and this may be even for the BZA, not BZA, area plan, there was a compromise that you proposed.
I think initially we said, hey, sorry.
There was a compromise that the area plan looked at something like 9 stories. I wanted to know what was their rationale regarding coming to that 9 stories, and did they perceive in that compromise to having 240 units that could still be met the dollar value? First of all, I just wanted to know what area plan did first. I thought there was some 9, and then come. So both you can answer. Then I have my other final question.
Sure. In regards to how staff came up with the 8 stories, 96-foot height.
8 stories, 8, right?
That we had in our recommendation, that came from a Department of Community Investment policy that was, or practice that was introduced when Dave Matthews applied for a height variance at Niles and Colfax. It was also used for Sycamore project, and so we were kind of looking at that as 2 projects that had gone through the public process, and additional height was granted for. Actually, the Niles and Jefferson was the only one that was granted at the 96 feet in height. The Sycamore project was actually lower than 96 feet in height. But we kind of had looked at that as the city in the public process telling us that that's kind of been a change that they were willing to support with certain criteria. And so we felt that those criteria were met in general in the plan that was presented, so we thought there would be similar support at that height, and that was how we had determined that.
And did that, in your mind, this is all in that one thing, was that...
This is the second question.
No, it was not. I put it on there. I have a second question, but it was that.
Let's, again, just to make sure the public has an ample opportunity to speak.
I understand that public has opportunity to speak.
I know, but let's focus on 2 questions, please.
Let's do that. Okay. I'm asking them for that standpoint. My question got chopped up a whole different time with the mentioned, so that's not really fair. Let's go with it. I asked, inside of that thinking, because I'm looking at their thinking, was that the part? Because you didn't address that.
We didn't address the proposed height that we were looking at?
No.
Yeah,
240.
the number of units, I'm sorry. I don't believe that the density is what we have an issue with. So if they could fit 240 units and 96 feet in height, that wasn't our concern. So I don't think we had any discussion about that being too many units.
Okay, my last thing, when I looked at that again, is there a suggested way that you would say that this plan could go forward and still, in terms of what zoning would you have recommended this to be, and from the area board, what zoning would you recommend?
May I interject?
Pardon me?
Can I make a quick comment?
No, if he's asking a question to APC, it's just for APC.
Okay. So what zoning would you approve for this to go forward, so it will still preserve the issues that we wanted to address with the whole thing when it comes down to the PUDs, and then at the same time deal with different issues? Since all of them somewhat come back to the council, what would be the exact zoning? Because I want to protect what we have in place, but I would like to see if there is a way that we can go forward. So are we really debating, and the reason I share this, are we really debating the type of zoning issue here? Are we debating the height? Are we debating something? Because in my heart, what I thought tonight, that we in some form or fashion was debating the zoning part of it more so than the height. Could you clarify that for me?
Sure. From an APC staff, I think, and from a planning perspective, we think that the zoning portion of it is a very critical aspect.
Okay.
Regardless of the height, regardless of the project, I don't think our staff has ever said we have any problem with the uses. The process is a little bit of concern. we believe that the best zoning district here is Central Business District. That's what the map shows. The changes that we made in 2015 to the PUD district ordinance are concerned about the integrity of those changes, would be greatly affected by tonight's decision. So an approval of a PUD in any fashion greatly impact that district ordinance that has been established. The overall chapter of that would have a significant impact on developments going forward. When we talk to developers and they want to know what they can and can't do, if they don't like what they hear, they'll just apply for a PUD and come to you guys and ask for relief. That is a planning concern, I think, for our department. Ultimately, this property is completely surrounded by Central Business District. The uses are appropriate for the Central Business District. The height issue is really a variance issue, in my opinion.
So, in clarity, just making sure I have a clear understanding, your answer to this whole situation, if it had come through Central Business District, then it would have been given a green light.
They would have had to get a height variance.
I understand
Whether or
that
not
part.
they would have gotten
I
a green
know.
light, I'm not sure. If
I
they
know,
were
but-
asking to apply for Central Business District, which is what they already have, the zoning Central Business District, we would have said
Yeah.
recommended approval.
So, because it's a zoning issue, and then therefore, your Central Business District, and then we would deal with that height thing later.
Right.
Okay, I'm cool.
Dr. Viner?
Thank you.
Just want,
Don't do that.
Mr. Matthews, you described or you suggested that your only request for this proposal from the city will be, I think you used the word aggressive tax abatement. I'm pretty familiar with tax abatements. I've never heard of an aggressive one. So would you describe to me what an aggressive tax abatement is?
There's typically a tax abatement there's like a form we fill out, and that qualifies for like a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10-year tax abatement. And then there's what I would consider aggressive tax abatement is what the city council did for the Chase Tower.
I'm sorry?
What the city council did for the Chase Tower project to abate more money. So instead of
It's constrained by a 10-year limitation, and it's 10,
it's still constrained by 10 years, but instead of going like 90% abated, 70, 60, 50, 40, 20, it stays in the higher 90s, longer abated.
If that happened, I wasn't aware of it, or it's my understanding of the abatements is by statute they had to decrease annually. So
I know,
this is something we need to find out about.
I know community investment
I'll get it.
is part of their report.
Just clarify your question so they can hear what you said.
Dr. Varner?
I'm done. Yeah, that's my question.
That was your question? Okay. Councilmember Broden, do you have 2 questions or 1 question?
Yes, please. I should get 4. This is in my district. If this is so incremental of a change, why is it not before the BZA?
Is that a question?
No, I'm still formulating, sorry.
Okay.
And if it's incremental, then you would, I think you would argue that it's compatible with the neighborhood. But how do we go from 60 feet allowable by the plan, or 96 by precedent variances within this particular neighborhood, to 175 feet, so almost 3 times. So if it is so incremental of a change, why did you not go for a variance through BZA?
2 parts.
Yeah.
Do you want, I guess we'll do the
And
honest, the
sure,
actual
go
answer.
for it,
There's
because
2
you and I
bits.
have had this conversation.
Right. So the first bit is, if you remember when I was talking about the history of how the height limit went from Frank Perry's proposal of 60 feet to 90-something, 100 feet. And then we applied to the ABZA to get the same deal. And the ABZA turned us down. We applied for a different parcel across the street, continuous and adjacent. We got turned down. So then we went back to the city and did a PUD. because there's politics to be played with the county having so many seats appointed to an ABC board and them deciding what happens in our center business district. I applied twice. I was turned down each time. I applied to the city council through a PUD and was approved. It was a contentious rezoning meeting, but I think 70 people got up and spoke in favor of it, the people who actually live in the neighborhood. But when we went before the Area Board of Zoning Appeals, the representative from Mishawaka was against it and shot down. This is a board that has no influence over Mishawaka. Then, when we went for the PUD, that same gentleman showed up at the rezoning meeting and spoke against it again. There are politics to be played by going through the county. I think our zoning is broken in that regards. I think it's a major defect that politics from throughout the county, Lakeville, Walkerton, Mishawaka, have an impact on how we choose to build in downtown South Bend. So if I had the opportunity to say, hey, if I want to do this project this way, I have to do a variance. But if I want to expand the project and do it this way, I can apply for a PUD rezoning and have the city council members, you who live in the city, deciding how our city grows. That's absolutely my choice. Then, but to do that, what do I have to do? Well, I have to spend 10 times as much on the application fees. I have to spend a lot more on architecture, renderings, site layout, engineering studies to make sure that the plan fits, because I'm tied to the site plan. I have to present the site plan and elevations in public that are part of the record that I'm tied to, so if I deviate from it and try to cheapen the building up, then you can deny me my permit. So I'm coming and putting handcuffs on saying, hey, we're deviating from the norm. But instead of going to this county-wide council and saying they get to choose, I'd rather you choose. We elected you. You're our city representatives. These are the people who voted you in. And a lot of them live in the neighborhood. Let it be our influence and your choice, not a county-wide board of zoning appeals, to make this change. If you make this change, yes, it'll set a precedent, and that change can be picked up and carried out by the ABCA. But for the initial change in raising the height limit, I think it's your responsibility.
If the city funded or bonded the garage,
Yeah. Oh, that'd make it way easier.
well, of course,
Let's wait till the third question is asked.
would you need the height?
No.
And a related question
Yeah.
for that is the gentleman who kindly came up and shared such terrific information from Indianapolis. Would his analysis change at 9 stories? Would the calculations, would the
Right,
numbers?
so
yeah.
if we drop from 12 stories to 9, what happens? We lose 3 stories. That's 75 units, give or take.
Why did the units have to be lost?
What?
Why did the units have to be lost?
I have a fixed footprint, but we've laid out 24 units per floor. If you take 3 floors away, I don't have...
What you want?
You what? Yeah, so if we take 3 floors off, we drop down to 9 stories, then we've given up $300,000 a year of taxes that we're going to pay. But if we did the math just in case this question came up. We're looking for about $1.9 million per floor. So if the city said, hey, if you wanted to go 9 stories, you wouldn't even have to pay for the whole garage. If you paid $6 million, just under, up front, if like a TIF bond, and gave a tax abatement, we could fund the rest of the garage and make 9 stories work, absolutely. But when we've tried that in the past, if something happens and we don't build the entire complex, and we aren't paying those taxes, now the taxpayers are on the hook. From a developer standpoint, that's fantastic. It's less stress for me. It's a smaller commitment for us. I have to work things out with Rob and Martins, but I'm sure he's going to be okay with that because I can probably lower his rent a bit more because I'm going to, spend less money up front. But from a citizen standpoint, the fact that the city would offer to spend $6 million to get 75 less people living in downtown is disgusting. That's almost a third or a fourth of what we just spent on smart streets. We just spent $25 million making downtown more pedestrian-friendly and walkable. And the concept of saying, hey, if we give you $6 million, will you build less, take less risk, and have South Bend collect less tax revenue forever? That just seems wrong. But yeah, business-wise, absolutely happy to do it, and if that's what it takes to get done, I'm game.
Councilman Kelly, do you have 2 questions, please?
Might have been addressed. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Preston, do you have 1 or 2 questions?
I do. But this is why I like going this way, because I had a whole bunch of questions, but y'all took care of many. Thank you. So I think I can go a little bit deeper. So we heard earlier today, I think this might be for Mr. Matthews, we heard earlier today that I guess one of the big questions is why this process? The question in my mind that I keep hearing is that there's a concern that if we go this process, it's going to jeopardize future considerations as we look at redeveloping, okay?
What will it jeopardize?
What I'm understanding is that it will open things up, it'll make it harder, this is what I'm hearing from Area Plan Commission. It's going to make it next to impossible, is what I'm hearing people say, and you guys can clarify if I got it wrong, to deny any sort of additional kinds of development.
And this question is directed at APG, it sounds like.
Wait a minute, that's not my question. I'm clarifying a question for him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, he asked me a question, now I'm trying to, right?
Okay.
Don't be taking my question.
Okay.
I only got 2.
Okay.
So is that okay for them to clarify for him what they said?
Sure.
So you're telling me so I can tell her.
I'm not sure if I might need some clarification. I think the difference between variances, setting precedents, variances look at site-specific criteria, so they look at individual sites. Our concern with using the PUD process is that they don't look at site-specific things. So the criteria doesn't say this one site is unique. So if a PUD is approved for this location and somebody came on a project a block down the street and said, I want to do a PUD at this location, it would be difficult for the staff to say, no, you can't apply for a PUD, or for the council to say, no, we can approve a PUD at the same kind of criteria, no matter what the site layout looked like.
But the way that this PUD was applied could not be applied for again today, could it? Because of the group residency change.
However, you could have applied for a mixed-use development, which you also chose not to do.
So I could switch it to mixed use.
You could have applied for mixed-use.
Let's get this back to...
Okay, well, if that remains
Question number 2.
unresolved, then I think we'll address that. No. I didn't get to ask my question. He was clarifying my question for him. So,
Thank you.
what I heard earlier as well was that back in June, the APC recommended that you think about going through the process of changing the East Bank plan, which is something that I think has been talked about a little bit, like, because that's the issue. It's like we have this plan.
Right.
The state, as I understand it, tells us that one of the 4 things we need to consider is, does this project match any existing plans? And what we've been told is that, and what we can see is that based on this current plan that we have in place, whether we want to argue it's outdated or whatever, but the current plan we have in place, this does not match
Oh,
that.
I disagree. I think it matches 95% of everything in that plan. It matches the use, it matches the mixed-use zoning, it matches the type, it matches...
There's a lot of matches, but
The
there's
only
one
thing
big giant match,
is the height.
which
And
we
if
have...
we look at precedent, we've already changed the height limit. We've increased it 68% from 60 feet to 98 feet. We're asking for a 78% increase from the 98 feet to 175.
Right, and I think that's exactly my point, is that all of these changes, it doesn't match the plan. That height piece doesn't match the plan. And one of the things you said earlier, which I think is a really important point, was neighborhood plans are different from business plans. And so what we have to ask ourselves is, are we going to allow the business community to determine or trump or go, no pun intended, or override what people, what the people have said that they want. So I think that is a really important question, and to that end, I'll just go to my final question, because the last step is, some of the data that you presented, if I looked at the numbers right, tells us that in this neighborhood, 84% of the people who live there now, give or take a few, make less than $50,000 a year.
So, I mean,
Is that about right? 72% make less than $35,000 a year.
there it is. This is from the Indiana Economic Development Center.
Okay. If I'm looking at that right, my question to you is, if we continue to make these decisions that are not consistent, in my opinion, with the plan that the neighborhood put together, okay, the people who live there now, I know that there are people here tonight who live here, but that's not everybody who lives there.
Yep.
Because 72% of those people who live there make less than $35,000 a year. It doesn't look to me like those folks could afford to live in a place like you're about to build.
Yep.
My concern is, let's look down the road. If we open this door and more developments like this one come in, and don't get me wrong, I want your project to be built. I think it's beautiful. I just think that there needs to be a broader context in which we consider this, because my question to you is, where do those 72% of the people, or maybe even 84% of the people who live in that neighborhood now, where do they live?
Absolutely.
Where do they go? I want you to answer that question.
I will.
Thank you.
So,
Because guess what? Those people don't have time. They're working. They don't have time to do all this volunteering and plan events and everything like that. They've got kids. They can't fit in an efficiency. Okay? Those people, where will they live? 84% of the people who live in your
let's
neighborhood.
start by talking about where do they live now.
Right.
And we have a fair number of low-income apartments.
Right.
Hoffman Hotel is probably the closest. Robertson's a little bit further
Yeah, let's
downtown.
talk about the Hoffman Hotel. Is that low income forever?
It is, well, it's low income for, what, 30-some years?
What happens after 30-some years?
Typically with most HUD housing, the developer they commit for like a 30 or 40-year time period to get a loan and rent subsidies from the feds. And then typically around year 15, they have the option to get out of it if its market rate has increased. If not, like Robertson Center recently had the opportunity to get out, and they renewed their HUD loan with Marco, and so that's locked in again for low income for a certain period. But it's a choice. I don't know of any program that says we're going to make low income housing always and forever for people.
Okay. And that's my concern.
Yeah.
Because right now, the United Way's Alice report tells us that 53% of the people who live in South Bend right now, the people whose tax money repaired or reconfigured streets that many people felt didn't need to be reconfigured, their tax dollars are being spent to redevelop this area, and it doesn't look to me like this city has a plan for them to actually live here and enjoy those streets coming down the road. So that is going to continue to be my question, and it doesn't mean that this development can't happen, but let me finish my sentence. It doesn't mean this development, I don't think that this development should happen, or the developments like this, but what I'm challenging you, the rest of this community, the council, the mayor, is to start bringing plans to us to ensure that the people whose tax money has built this place, who is redistricting, who is redeveloping this place right now, have a space to live here when it's redeveloped. So that is my challenge to you, and I would love to have more conversation about that with anybody who's interested.
And hopefully it's not them. Hopefully it's the next people who are struggling financially. That hopefully the people who live in the neighborhood now have a path to get jobs and get better employment and move up. I was told a story. We have a wall across from the... No, I'm answering your question. We have a wall, an art wall, across the street from the Emporium, and I was talking to one of the graffiti artists. And he was telling me how he had a job at a restaurant in South Bend, and when a new restaurant opened up, Brender, in one of our buildings that's like a high-end restaurant, with a building that we made bougie and nice, he was offered a job. His employer gave him a $1 an hour raise to stay. Now this is a small one-off example, but it's an example of bringing new people into the neighborhood taking these parking lots and vacant buildings and getting people to do business, to create new jobs. And people who are already living and working in the area have an opportunity to then have access to jobs that didn't exist 6 months ago. When Marshall's moves in, that's going to bring in more jobs. When we get more people living downtown and new offices pop up, new retail and restaurants pop up, that creates new entry-level jobs. And if those are in downtown, that's walking distance to, and on good bus routes, to a lot of the poor neighborhoods that need better jobs in our community. The trouble is that for decades, most of the financial investment has happened east of South Bend in Mishawaka and Granger. And if you are living in downtown South Bend, good luck getting there. Maybe 2 bus transfers to get there. It's really tough. We need economic development in downtown South Bend that's available to everybody. I grew up on free lunch and reduced lunch, went to state school, on student loans, and moved back to South Bend. This is where I'm from. These are issues I care about. This is why we have the volunteer thing, because how do we do it as a private developer? What can we do? This is us making an effort because we care. Because we care.
And it might mean you need to make less profit. I mean, and we need to talk about that.
And let's move to the public portion. Please, thank you, everyone. Thank you, council, for your questions. I do appreciate it. With that, we will. What's that?
Anybody want to break?
Do we want to do it before the public? Do you want to make a motion?
What's the motion?
5-minute break.
Oh, break down.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. So sorry, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We will be back in 5 minutes.
You need it as much as we do.
Oh, and if you'd like to start signing up, we'll first take those speaking in favor. If you would like to sign up, if you would like to line up, but there's a list there to sign up to speak in favor.
Hey, 5-minute break. It's 9 o'clock and we haven't started. So what's up? Did you have anything specific Anyway, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll talk to you.
They didn't anticipate
the renditions?
Yeah.
All the renditions.
There's a lot of documentaries I've seen from it was, you do the research, it was a bad. All those parts are all been I thought we were really struggling. We're just kind of struggling. What's that? I might have. I've been going through. I got some text. Sure. So I think the job description, we asked some exit questions, but I think the job descriptions are pretty thorough. It covers it pretty well. What I would say is have Kathy, she's going to go through the document and get a final one, and then Adriana's going to kind of interface with HR to get it posted.
I just want to streamline that first one. I didn't look at it until after the job. There's a lot of stuff in there that attorney, $100 an hour.
Okay. Yeah, see it. So tomorrow I think interface with Adriana and Kathy.
I went over with Kathy.
Whatever version she says is good and you say is good, we'll send that one over. Yeah, we ask these exit interview questions. That's more to shape the candidate.
It was like, they know how to put things in that track together.
Sure.
And I was like,
Sure.
I did ask her about it first and see what she thought. And she said,
resolution we're going to have.
Make it even shorter than
All right, Randy said we can start with that one.
She did, okay.
I'd like to call back to order the committee of the whole. I will just publicly, I want to apologize to any council members if I at any point cut them off. Was just trying to keep everybody on task so we could get to the most important part of the evening, which is obviously the public portion, and hearing your comments. So again, I apologize to any council members if I cut off or interrupted. That was certainly not my intent. It was just to stay on task. With that, we will take anyone speaking in favor of this ordinance. Please come up, state your name and address. And Council Member Tim Scott will time, and the time is 3 minutes per person. If you do wish to make a comment...
I thought it was 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. 3 minutes is privilege of the floor.
I tried to get it done in about 2.
All right, sounds good.
And Chair, hold on a minute. Kathy, would you kind of go over the rules of the time, please, so everybody knows?
Anyone speaking in favor?
Microphone.
Please.
Anyone speaking in favor are welcome to sign, and you would have to give your name and address. 5 minutes pertinent to what is before us, the rezoning. The total amount of time will then be tallied by Council President Scott. Immediately after that will be anyone who speaks in opposition. Again, your name and address, 5 minutes maximum. Any remonstrators are entitled to an equal amount of time as the presenters, or a minimum of 30 minutes. None of the questions, if you have questions, none of the questions will be answered directly at the time of speaking in favor or in opposition, but the presenters of the bill will have the opportunity to address each of your questions during rebuttal, which is limited to 5 minutes.
And again, we'll start with support. Anybody wishing to speak in support, kind of please line up towards that wall as to not interrupt the view of anyone sitting. With that, Mr. Brown, you can lead us off.
Okay, my name is Samuel Brown. I live in 222 East Navarre Street. I represent a watchdog group called Citizens United for a Better Government. And tell you where I started on this journey at. I seen in the South Bend paper where they was having resistance with Mr. Matthews' project. So from there, I went from reading the paper down to area planning. Got much information as I could. Why are they trying to stop Mr. Matthews' project? Because he does good work on that East Bank. I'm in favor of it. So from there, I went to the area planning committee meeting and spoke there in favor of this project. Because Mr. Matthews, once again, he's a visionary, he does great work. Now we get here at the council meeting and we nitpicking everything in this whole project. I mean everything. We're just going through it like crazy, just nitpicking. Unfair to Mr. Matthews. This is what I'm going to say about this. Our research, they said they got a concept. Anything on the East Bank can have a variance in so much height. That's what was told to me. Anything on the West Bank, from the Chase Tower on out, they have a little more leeway on how tall the buildings are. Mr. Matthews does outstanding work. It's unfair that you nitpick in this project because of a variance of a building. It ain't that it ain't good for the city. It's not that it's not something we can live with. We are fighting about a variance of a building. Because someone, in 2008 or whenever, said that East Bank, those buildings could only be a certain height. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. And I think we should be thankful Mr. Matthews came and started doing work on that East Bank because he done a remarkable job. So I hope in your heart you will vote this a favorable project.
Thank you.
Jesse Davis, P.O. Box 10205, South Bend, Indiana. I know I'll get a lot of feedback on social media that I don't live in South Bend, so I shouldn't be up here talking about this. I pay taxes here. I spend more of my day in South Bend than I do in Mishawaka, where I reside. But I happen to live in a neighborhood in Mishawaka, and I'm the fourth generation in the home. I've lived on the block pretty much my entire life, 52 years, right where Buter Park in Uniroyal was. I watched Uniroyal be exploded. It was in my backyard as a child. I've watched the development go down downtown. I've seen the first set of townhomes that got built. I think it's Ironworks by the 100 Center. Had a problem selling some of those out. They finally filled them up. Then I watched the big brownstone-looking brick ones go across the river from Buter Park, which some of those are still vacant. And then I just recently watched another development group build another set across the avenue from the ones that are there. A lot of development going on. I've got a better attendance record probably than any council member that's sitting here or anyone that was just not elected the last time, over the last 6 years. All I hear when I come to these council meetings is taxes, taxes. We need more taxes. For the longest time, we heard about a fiscal cliff. But all of a sudden, when you came with the budget this year, that fiscal cliff was no longer a cliff. It became a fiscal curve. The night you all wanted to vote raises and budgets, you called it a fiscal curve, which is much more palatable for us because we won't fall off the cliff. We'll just make a curve. This is development that's needed here. Regina, you asked about people in the neighborhood. They're not going anywhere, man. I've lived in my home, which was my grandmother's, my father's, and my ancestors built the first 4 houses there. Guess what? The development's booming there. They're getting ready to build a giant hotel. They're going to put a store in, a parking garage, as a matter of fact, and a convention center in Mishawaka. They're going to be competing with you guys. So if you keep playing the politics as usual, which is what Mr. Matthews said, there's politics involved. That's why he's going this route. If we keep playing politics as usual, guess what? I'm going to enjoy these amenities in Mishawaka, not in South Bend, because they're going to end up there. And developers are going to move there. But these people will still be in their neighborhood. You're not taking their homes away. He's not destroying homes to build. You guys tore down 1,000 houses in 1,000 days. You chased 1,000 people out of town. He's wanting to bring, 200 and some odd units back.
And please direct all comments to the...
Bottom line is, I don't see our community investment, economic development, whatever you want to call it, I don't see it going in the right direction when it comes to things being approved and disapproved up here. You guys allow money to put $500,000 of our tax dollars into 3 homes in South Bend through a Heritage Foundation, only to be given away. And even when they're sold, they sell for $60,000 when you put $198,000 in. That's not good community investment. That's not good fiscal stewardship of my money. You guys want to build a $3 million brand new building and put homeless in? I'm going to hopefully get a meeting with the mayor. There's one over in River Park. You could move people in tomorrow. It's turnkey. You can buy it for $500,000. It's like brand new inside now. And you'd have $2.5 million to go find another building to house some more. I see a lot of wastefulness, and I've brought it up here a million times. I've brought you guys documents, evidence of this. So this is a guy that wants to spend $50 million here. He wants to draw people downtown. He don't want to chase people out of downtown. The neighborhoods, people are going to come up and say, hey, my view's gone. I had a beautiful view, man, of the St. Joe River and a beautiful view of what they called Cam's Island Park. Guess what? Now I look at the second-story window of these townhomes.
1 minute, sir.
I adapted to it. Now I can see Buter Park. Guess what? When they put these big buildings up, I'm not going to have a view of Buter Park from my bedroom. I'm going to see these big buildings. But you know what? Development happens, man. That's what you're spending our tax money on. That's what these smart streets are supposed to be for. You guys need to pass this. And it doesn't matter. You know, everything that comes up here gets reworked. Every ordinance that comes up here, you go back and visit it at a later date to tweak it. So the height variance thing, if someone else wants that, you're going to look at their project and make a determination whether it's right or wrong. This fits on this property, and it should go through.
Good evening, Council. It's an honor to be before you tonight. Jonathan Anderstrom, Executive Director, Monroe Circle Community Center. 526 West Western Avenue. I'm in favor of this project because its purposes focus on two key elements necessary for community development. First, the structure of how we gather, and second, the context in which our gatherings take place. These are the conditions whereby we find new places where we belong. First, the structure of how we gather. Conventional thinking about community transformation believes that large systems and more controls are essential. However, as David Bornstein has so clearly pointed out, something shifts on a large scale only after a long period of small steps, which were organized around small groups patient enough to learn and experiment and learn again. It seems that the various small groups organic to South Bend, including Matthews LLC, have demonstrated these patient small steps, which are indicative of larger growth opportunities. Secondly, the context in which our gatherings take place. Collective change occurs only when individuals and small, diverse groups engage and network with other individuals and other small, diverse groups. This is more than just a business proposal. This is a proposal to enhance and develop the social fabric of our city while promoting the value of social networking. When networks begin to form, there suddenly exists the great potential of creating a network of networks, which is today's definition of a social movement. And while this project may seem large in scale, when it is viewed through the lens of a social movement, it is actually structured in a series of small circles, 24 units per floor, for example. The question remains, what do we want to create together? It is a challenging question to answer because it may require the courage to set aside our usual notions of action and set aside the measuring of success by large-scale systems with more control. South Bend is a city on the move. There are so many exciting projects happening throughout the city. And perhaps I'm only speaking for myself, but with each project that is approved and published in the Tribune, community faith in South Bend's restoration becomes more established. The real challenge for the council tonight is to discover and create the means that introduce a new possibility into being. And yes, a pharmacy downtown would be very helpful.
Could you kindly submit that to the record?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, council, and staff, thank you very much. My name is Kevin McCrory. That's McCrory, and I'm with Jones Petrie Rapinski, 412 South Lafayette Boulevard, South Bend, Indiana. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the Commerce Center development. I'm a senior associate with the firm, and I have approximately 43 years of experience as a planner and a landscape architect. I'm originally from Elkhart, so I'm familiar with the area. Jones Petrie Rapinski is a multidisciplinary design, engineering, and survey firm that has called downtown South Bend their home through 4 different offices for about 16 years now. And we are currently re-upping our downtown commitment by making a 7-figure investment on renovations to the old Schillings building at 325 South Lafayette Boulevard. This will be our 4th office upgrade in downtown South Bend since 2000, and we'll be growing our staff to more than 40 professionals. Projects like the Commerce Center is why we're excited about being in the urban fabric of downtown South Bend, both for our employees and for our clients. I personally head up our facilities in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I have been part of that downtown for approximately 26 years. And I want to relate what's happened to Fort Wayne because it's almost been a miracle in the time I've been down there. I've seen Fort Wayne's downtown transform during those years from one that closed shop at 5 o'clock, and even during the weekend, a lot of this downtown was vacant. Now, it's a vibrant urban center where people not only work, but socialize and live. What was the key that changed that? In my mind, after having an office right downtown for that length of time, it's housing. Housing was the magic pill that changed everything downtown South Bend. There are apartments, condominiums, whole ownership throughout the downtown, and that's about vitality and life in the last 5 to 8 years that never existed for almost 20 years prior to that, to my knowledge. This same transformation is occurring in South Bend and will be strengthened by development like the Commerce Center. We at Jones Petrie Rafinsky feel this project will not only enhance South Bend's urban fabric, but will encourage additional investments like the one our firm is making. Thank you very much.
Megan Kerwin, 223 East Colfax Avenue. I'm here to speak in favor. So to start off, kind of to piggyback off of that, I know the area that he's talking about in Fort Wayne, the downtown area. One of the big things that kind of started it, there's a good similar parallel. Fort Wayne had a really good increase on their, they got a ballpark. And they started to build around their ballpark, and they built a bunch of townhouses and apartments around that. Restaurants moved in, and business started to boom. That's happening here in South Bend, too. We were fortunate with having Andrew Berlin come in town and revitalize the Four Winds Field and bringing the South Bend Cubs. I mean, to just piggyback off of that, I mean, the Cubs just won the World Series, so we're going to be getting some more foot traffic just from having the minor league team here in South Bend. Splitting hairs between, I understand that the height variance is a very big thing, and it's a big deal to a lot of people, but going from 9 stories to 12 stories, it's going to be a tall building regardless. Why don't we get it to its greatest potential as we possibly can have it? And then, with all due respect to those that are here and living in the area that are over the age of 50, Dave is on a different track than most of those people. He's on a 30-year plan that allows him to have more risk to put his life work and savings into this and make sure that it works. We're fortunate to be able to have somebody like him in the city of South Bend, because there's other cities that I'm sure would just die to have somebody like him that's so invested in making the city better. And I think the ultimate domino effect that we are going to see as a result from this magnificent building going up is we're going to see an increase of jobs. The property values for those people that are in that 75% income, or 75% of the lower income, their property values of their current homes that they're living in are going to go up, which means that they have potential to make more money if they end up selling. Or they can continue to live there and contribute to the community and possibly get some of these better jobs that are going to be coming in. The other thing that I think about is our symphony orchestra. I mean, it's going to increase more foot traffic for people coming to the symphony, and maybe we'll actually be able to sell out at the symphony. And then the benefit to the restaurants that are all around downtown. It's that the amount of the density of the population living in this area is just going to increase the foot traffic in those restaurants. It's going to bring more money into them. That's the positive domino effect, I think, is what we need to look at. And I do understand that the height variance and all the other variances are they're very important. But if we're talking about 9 stories to 12 stories, I mean, it just seems like, why not go with the one that's going to bring more tax dollars to this city? So, thank you.
Sharon Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. I'm Debbie Downer. I wish I could be as optimistic as the rest. I wish him well. I hope he gets his building. The whole downtown right now is being built on speculation. We spent, I know you guys are saying $25 million, but I'm sure by the time it's total, it's $50 million speculating one-way streets or two-way streets, smart streets are going to pay off. Here's a man that's offering $50 million of his own money, speculating that it's going to work, and everybody's, questioning it. It's not going to cost anybody money. It's costing him. If it works, wonderful. If it doesn't, he's the one that's got to answer to the banker. He's already said that if the apartments don't rent for $1,500, he'll drop them down to $1,200 or $1,000. He's not set in stone. He's flexible. He's willing to work. Why can't the city be flexible and work with him? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Hall. I live at 116 South Niles Avenue, just a few blocks from where the proposed project would be. I want to strongly agree with a lot of the arguments that have been made in favor of the project as a resident of the neighborhood. But rather than repeat arguments you've already heard, I want to share a different perspective because I'm also a faculty member at the University of Notre Dame. And one of my regular responsibilities as a tenured faculty member is to interview job candidates. Staffers, administrators, and faculty members, I'd say 10 to 15 times a season, I'm sitting down talking with young professionals that are debating, should I come live in South Bend, Indiana? And I'll tell you, it doesn't take many times of going through this to pick up on a very easy pattern. Some people, they want to live out in the suburbs with big yards, and you can imagine what we do. We drive them around Granger and Mishawaka, and by gosh, we have a really good success rate. But a lot of people don't want to live in that kind of environment. A lot of people come here, we recruit from all over the country. They want a vibrant urban community. They want to walk to restaurants and bars. They want to have community activities going on right down the street. And so they start asking me about living in South Bend. And I live in downtown South Bend. I love it. I talk it up. And then they start asking me practical questions. Well, is there a grocery store there? Is there a 24-hour pharmacy? Are there new apartments being built? How many new apartments are being built? How many options do I have? And I got to tell you, I try to change the topic. When I look at this, I'm excited as a resident because I'm thrilled at the prospect of walking 3 blocks down the street and picking up some groceries. But I'm really thrilled as a faculty member at a major employer here in the area to be able to tell job candidates about walking 3 blocks down the street to pick up my groceries. I strongly encourage you to approve the proposal.
Hi, my name is Shannon McTeague. I live at 226 East Bartlett Street in South Bend, Indiana. I also work at 419 West Jefferson Boulevard. So I both live and work in downtown South Bend, and I spend the vast majority of my leisure time in downtown South Bend. So I'm invested in this area, and I want to put my roots down here. I'm now the third generation of my family to reside in St. Joseph County. So I want to see South Bend move in this direction. And I want to see a pharmacy. I want to see, but more importantly than even that, I want to see the community continue to flourish and have events downtown that I can invite friends to and just immerse myself in the people of South Bend too. That's been one of my greatest privileges and pleasures. When I moved back to South Bend after attending college, to get to know so many more people in the community. I go out and I Latin dance 2 times a week usually, and it's just been really great to get to know another side of South Bend. So I am in favor of this.
Jacob Titus, 633 Cottage Grove Avenue, just west of downtown. I wanted to speak in response to the planners that talked a little bit about the lack of open space with the project, and just respond with a little bit of my experience that, well, one, the project only removes space that is currently a level parking lot that really isn't used for much of anything except, like you said, during the day it's a little over half full with cars, but also that I spent the whole summer working in the Commerce Center with the Bird Cell Project, and so we spent our whole summer in this open space right next to the parking lot, and we're the only people. So I think that the reality is you could take away this open space and very few people at this point in time would notice. It wouldn't really make any mark on the city whether you took it away. This is an opportunity to put people there where they are able to come out of the building onto the open space and enjoy the river. So I'm in favor of this project.
I'm Lionel M. Jensen. I live at 1305 Ridgedale Road in South Bend, Indiana. And I'm here to speak quite enthusiastically in favor of the proposal before you. But I want to offer some context for you. I want to thank you, first of all, for having all of us here in the space, which you don't have to have us speak as long as we do, but thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak. And I also want to speak on behalf of my enthusiasm for all the work you've done in your fiduciary community commitments in the last number of years. There's been a lot of change in South Bend in the last several years, and there's been a lot of stuff for you guys to get sort of newly elected for, but also if those who have been sitting on the board for a while, you and your father were here for a while, and we had Henry Davis. I mean, there's been a lot of different people on this board, and it seems to me that what's interesting about it is that you've stayed energetically enough in your deliberations upon what comes forward before you to do what's right on behalf of the larger community of South Bend. And I think that's what makes this council a very worthy place for us to present you with this opportunity to consider going forward. I hope you will vote for it, and I offer you at least 3 categories in which you would think about this. One would be your own fiduciary commitments to the community. South Bend has gone through a significant amount of synergetic, I'd almost call it like the sesquicentennial synergy or something, but it seems as though since this happened, and it's not only Matthews LLC that's behind it, but of course the brain trust of this group and the fact that this is a local boy who's done good with an enormous number of people behind him and who is really family raised and based, is in many ways an exemplar of what we should do in this town. And I think we are beginning to come to terms with that. But our fiduciary commitments to the city at large can be found in what we've already said tonight before you, which is there is such growth here in a meaningful way that if in fact we aren't careful about how to shepherd that growth, which is again back to your fiduciary committee, then we might well find ourselves unable to take full advantage of what lies before us, which is the prospect of genuine richness of opportunity to change what is, if you will, a very important changing community. Second part is, my second F is that of fate. It happens to be your fate to be at this moment in our time in which there actually is genuine synergy here and also on our Notre Dame campus. We've just hired about 5 new people in Asian studies in the past 6 months, and they've all come to downtown. And they've all come to downtown and said, I would love to live here. They're single, they're young families, couples, all want to relocate. This is where they want to be, downtown. The Matthews development plan, what downtown already looks like and what Notre Dame's doing on its campus, tells them that they were late in some cases to leave campuses in California. We have people from the East Coast and the West Coast leaving their schools because money is collapsing around academia there, whereas Notre Dame is supporting it. Our inner city is supporting it. In this respect, you have a fate to advance the prospects of a genuine fiduciary commitment to the larger community of South Bend. Lastly, I want to suggest that you have faith. My last F, F to the third power, right? And the faith is, have faith that the energy of this group right here is nothing more than one small pebble in a pool that's already been dropped for a long time before you were even here meeting. This town has wanted to grow for 50-something years, obviously, and it's been doing it its own way. But now, it's not haphazard. Now it's focused. It seems to be, for the first time, complementarily arranged with the personnel and the focus of Notre Dame. And it seems as though we can really make something out of this. IUSB has also been a part of this very unique complex of growth. But in the end, let's have faith that we can make this work. And in the end, let's not let the inches or the miles or the feet or anything else get in the way of what might well ultimately be something which will bring great honor and justice to this community and make you the victors on behalf of what will be a vision for the future of the city. And I thank you for my time.
Adam McMillan, 215 East Colfax. I can't follow that. Right.
Give an F.
I have some F's of my own. No. So I have some family in New England, Manchester, New Hampshire area. Manchester, New Hampshire is about the same size as South Bend. It's like 105, 106,000 people. And I was there a couple years ago, Halloween, and I was eating downtown with my family. little restaurant, cafe, had some tables on the street. And I don't know if anybody here has been to Manchester before. It's pretty cool, little town. It's about an hour outside of Boston. Old textile manufacturing town. So a lot of industry that used to be there. Kind of similar to here, the industry is no longer there. A lot of empty warehouses, businesses that moved in. On this Halloween night, I was hanging out, it was probably 8 p.m., and there was, to my surprise, a lot of young people walking the streets, going to bars and restaurants, whatever, like nonstop. Not like a couple people would walk by, like there was a constant flow of people walking by. And I'm like, these people are looking good. Aside from that, it was a nice surprise to see that in the town of that size, and I feel like South Bend's making the moves to kind of get to that point. The streets downtown, the river lights, and downtown development like the one proposed here. I'm in favor of it in its current spec, at the height that Mr. Matthews proposes. I've known Dave for a long time. I don't think he's going to take... He's a risk taker, but he knows what he's doing, as far as I know. He's helped me with a lot of stuff. It's been like good. But I think South Bend's on its way, and I think that having a vibrant downtown... Oh, the last point I was going to make, sorry. When I graduated college and I was looking for a job, the job was kind of secondary to the location. Location was the most important thing to me. I ended up moving to Chicago out of school about 12 years ago. I moved back here a couple years ago. And having a vibrant place to live in, to me, was more important than the job itself. It sounds like, with the statistics here, there's 20,000 some jobs downtown, and there's enough people working currently to probably bring some of those who are already working here and living outside of downtown in. And then when there are people graduating college, just like Lionel and Matt Hall said, sorry to dictate my speech over there, they'll see, oh wait, there's places to live that aren't 30 years old, and there's young people here, and there's people walking the streets, and you can kind of get a whiff of that here and there now. You go to like places downtown, and there's some people walking around. You don't have to have some grid of 30 streets that are packed with people. You could just have one street or two streets that are lined with some businesses, and that's enough for people to congregate around. That's how it is in Manchester. There's like one main street there, and that's where all these people are walking around, and it felt great. So I think we're on the way to that. I'm also a songwriter, and I like writing positive, like triumphant stories, so give me one to write about, and like that would be great. But I'm in favor. Thank you.
That's also pretty hard to follow. Comedy there. Thank you for your service, first of all, and for staying here so late. We really appreciate what you do. My name is Matthew Teeters. I live at 223 East Colfax Avenue, South End. And I'm a neighbor of Dave's, and this is a project that will be right in my backyard. And I'm excited about that. I moved to this area in 2001. I'm a local area family doctor, family practice doctor. I work in Granger. I used to live in the Granger area, and I was comfortable there, and it was nice, and I liked it. I met Dave. And Dave didn't try to sell me on a vision. He just told me what he was doing, and I'm a hard sell. Doctors are hard sell. We're skeptical people. And it didn't take long for me to not just buy into his idea of it, and literally buy into his idea of it, understand that this concept is what this community needs. So I moved, in 2012, I moved downtown to the East Bank Townhomes, and it's been great, and I've been fortunate to be there. We've heard a lot about the East Bank plan and this idea and this concept of what East Bank should be and has been, and that maybe we don't want to build too high, and maybe we want to keep it within this format. We need to be thinking about the progressive future of South End, not just a plan that's set and static. This has to be dynamic. This has to change. We have to allow for growth. So I'm in favor of this plan. I hope that you consider wisely and hopefully vote in the same. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Bundy. I live at 318 South Francis Street in South Bend. And again, I am so amazed at all the people that came before me and everything that they've said. I want to I want to talk about two things. I'm going to start with the plan that, for some reason, for good reasons, people want to stick to a plan, and they see the benefits in it. This was in 2008, and I don't know if you were a high school freshman in 2008. Right now, you would be a college graduate, and where would you live? Where would you go? Those kids in 2008, your kids, other people's kids, who've gone to school, if they've gone to college, are they here? Do they live here? Do they want to live here? The fact that we've had, 2% growth, but our younger demographic is not growing. Everyone here made points and references to the younger demographic. If we don't have the younger demographic, people will still continue to have walls and live close to Notre Dame and get out as soon as they can. I think it's really important to look at it in terms of, like, how much time. Another person brought up, Dave's on a different trajectory. He's looking 30 years out. I'm looking maybe 20 years, and then possibly, assisted living. So, looking to the younger demographic, what do they want? I think is really prudent in designing and developing our city. Now I want to go to health. Now, I can't remember exactly when it was. It might have been a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I spoke in front of the Parks Board because I had an agenda. In my neighborhood, I have Viewing Park and I have Howard Park. And there is a beautiful, quaint little walk along the river that frequently floods, that's unsafe. Everyone's heard about this. You don't see women pushing baby buggies. I heard a story of a father had his son riding bikes and his son went into the river, but he was able to pull him out. So it wasn't safe. And so my agenda in talking to the Parks Board was, I looked at their master plan. And in their master plan, they had something that really stuck with me. And that was, I believe, a physician had said, if we could bottle walking, then we would be a really healthy community. And I said, that's in your master plan. And yet, we don't have a safe walkway between Viewing Park and Howard Park. So I say to you, with walkability, you've got 202 apartments across the street from this projected project. Those people...
1 minute, ma'am.
Thank you. Those people will either get in their car, put fumes in the air, drive to a grocery store, or they'll walk across the street. Then all the apartments upstairs, the 200 plus apartments upstairs, those people, they'll either go to the parking garage, start up their cars and drive somewhere, or they'll walk downstairs and shop. These other apartments that are going up in the downtown area, they're in walking distance. They'll walk. Walking begets walking. And the health of our citizens is important. But not only that, that's what's going to attract the younger demographic, the demographic that's not moving here right now. So we need this. And so I hope you vote in favor. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Teska. Thank you. No problem. My name is Sharon Teska. I live at 508 South 23rd Street in South Bend. River Park area. And I grew up out to the west of here, but I live in my grandmother's home. I've traveled a lot. I've lived a long part of an interim period in the east. I know Manchester, New Hampshire. I know Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and those are very, very vibrant communities where just walking down the street at night, you could feel the energy, you can feel the life, you could feel the fact that people really like being there. And that begets more of that. When the Studebakers were around and building these original skyscrapers in the area, they had the technology to go higher, or maybe they didn't. But they built beautiful architectural buildings that put South Bend in a situation where, as one person in the Center for History had written on the wall, there wasn't anyone in the whole United States that didn't touch something during the day that was built or manufactured or made or distributed out of South Bend, Indiana. That's from the Center of History. And the dynamics and the paradigms that they were using then don't necessarily fit today, but we need to create new paradigms so that we can again establish that vibrancy that was once here when the Studebakers were there and is in many other places around the country. We need to grow in a different way. If you don't, nothing ever stays the same. You will either get better or you'll get worse, but nothing ever stays the same. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Mark McDonald. I operate two businesses at 115 West Colfax Avenue in downtown South Bend, and we've done that for the last 25 years, LaSalle Grill, and more recently, LaSalle Kitchen and Tavern. Currently, we're having our best year ever. We feel that, along with many others, South Bend is really on a roll. It doesn't seem that long ago that I got transferred back from Indianapolis to South Bend. It was 1981 to run Tippecanoe Place, and after closing it in the early years, when I was in my early 30s, then a millennial, I guess what you'd call now, I was hanging out with Dave Matthews' father at a hot dog stand down in the Five Corners next to Bridget McGuire's. How things come around. Amazing. If you aren't aware, business operates at a different pace than it did when I first moved back to town, even when I first opened LaSalle Grill in 1991. We need to move ahead on development. I've been through the years where South Bend took a ultra-cautious approach to development. Things are happening like I've never seen it. We made a huge improvement on our downtown when we passed the Smart Streets bill, or ordinance, maybe 2.5, 3 years ago. All of a sudden, a lot of things are happening, not only in the central business district, but across the river, and I would like to see more and more and more people living downtown, patronizing all the restaurants in our Downtown Dining Association. I was there for part of the East Bank plan. I'm familiar with it. Jefferson Street happened out of that. As we improved that, there's a couple new restaurants down there, new entrepreneurs opening things up. Again, the speed of development and technology is vastly improving. The iPhone, if you remember, was invented in 2007. It doesn't seem that long ago. We're already on version 7. Another salient factor that I think is very impressive, Rob Bartles, only a couple years ago, or maybe a year ago, was living in St. Joe, Michigan. When he decided to come back to South Bend, he came to one place, downtown South Bend. Very impressive. It seems he's committed to developing what everyone has listed as their number one thing to move downtown, a grocery store, a pharmacy. The millennial mindset is primed for this. They're baby boomers' children, my children. They forego cars for some part. They like to walk and bike, take public transportation. Home ownership is not a big deal for them. They save dollars and bank their dollars to have experiences, whether it be vacations, dining out, and other things that trip their trigger. Boomers are also downsizing. I'm looking at paying off our mortgage out in Granger. In another 5 years, I'm tired of mowing the lawn. I'm tired of shoveling snow. I may want to live in an apartment. If Dave can provide me something that is compatible to 2 dogs, well, I'm there. Dave has done a wonderful job of moving things ahead, taking risks, and seems to have a great job of envisioning what downtown and the potential of downtown South Bend and the whole city and the future of South Bend. So I'm strongly in favor of this. I hope you all find it favorable, and let's get things moving.
Don Dietz, 1031 East Jefferson Boulevard. I've lived in the East Bank neighborhood for 14 years, and Sunnymead 10 years prior to that. We are starving for amenities. Density will bring amenities. Everyone talks about the plan for the East Bank. The East Bank's plan was for it to be energetic and vibrant. That's what we're after. I'm always willing to risk somebody else's money. Always.
Hi, I'm Kim Teska. I have Kim's Cafe now down in the Emporium building, and I'm Dave's mom. I live at 1710 Haas Drive. I've lived in South Bend for 25 or 6 years. My parents grew up here and went to Adams. My kids all went to Adams, and I still have some at Adams. David has always worked very hard. Let me tell you a little bit about him. He's struggled. He has always worked so hard. I mean, he was a paper boy. He so that he could get into the computer, because he really saw that that was the way things were going. So he got a paper out at 11 and worked very hard. He couldn't speak as a little child. He had apraxia and could not say anything, could not understand anything he said. And he was in speech class from the time he was 2 all the way through Purdue. Now you can't even tell. It's amazing hard work to overcome that struggle. As we struggled. I was a college student when he was little. He has seen what it's like to struggle. And so he also understands that when you have struggles, you're also given great gifts. And that's what I always told him. And that when you build something, have it last 100 years, so that when you're long gone, it will still be there. Not like some of these developers that build things and you can put your fingers in them because they're made out of styrofoam, and then the weather hits them and they start falling apart. So he doesn't build that stuff. This plan, I think that, he's traveled the world, he's seen many communities and what works. He brings to our hometown the wealth of the world by traveling around the world, and from India to China to Europe. He's been everywhere. Where haven't you been? And he's seen what works in these communities, and he tries to bring it home here to South Bend. We are so lucky. He works hard, he's honest, he has integrity, he doesn't play games. Politics are hard for him because he's so honest. He doesn't play those games. He's always been that way. He's a good guy. He has integrity. He will build what you ask him to build, but he has to do it so that it's financially responsible. He puts all of his money back into his dream of helping South Bend, so it's not like he's doing that for any other reason except to help you guys and to help us all.
Really?
And so, I say this from my heart, he's a big heart, he cares about people.
Good.
He cares about our community. And that's why he's doing this. And I know, because I'm his mom. Thank you.
And I have to follow the mother. So, this is my first time doing anything like this. My name is Casey Skidmore. I currently reside at 724 West Colfax. I am a new resident of South Bend. I'm a crier too, I'm really sorry. I've lived here for about a year. And a little bit about me is I grew up in a town an hour south of here, a small town, Rochester. And I moved to Gilbert, Arizona in my late 20s, and I lived there for about 4 or 5 years. Best time of my life. That was a really growing, upcoming city. I came to a point in my life where I decided to move home. I came back to Indiana thinking, I have no clue what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to Rochester, Indiana, and what am I going to do? So I came back. I worked for a local dentist in Rochester, and I had a friend that introduced me to South Bend through some community involvement here. I started coming up here, and for that first year back, I was up here every weekend for a solid year, downtown South Bend, in Chow's, which is no longer with us, Latin dancing. And within that year, I commuted back and forth to Rochester. I met Dave. Also had a lot of goals in my own life that I wanted to attain. And speaking with him, he really pushed me to see the positive in change. And even being back as a resident in Indiana for 2 years now, I've been back to Gilbert, and they're still changing, and it's amazing. And their downtown Gilbert fits the plan, and it's awesome to see growth. So coming back to Indiana, where I'm raised, and coming back to something that I used to look forward to coming to as a kid, because South Bend was this great, fun place to come, and to come back as an adult and to say, wow, South Bend has really changed in 5 years. You guys have really changed. I commend you. And but I too now living closer to downtown and on the east side. It's exciting, and I would really encourage you to develop this change, because it's needed. It's needed, and it's a positive change, and our world needs more positive things. So, and when I met Dave, when I was living in Rochester, his gracious just gift of listening and pursuing just the goodness of change told me to Casey, bite the bullet, move to South Bend, go back to school. And now I reside at 724 West Colfax, and I'm a student at IUSD. So thank you, and I'm in favor of this plan.
And anyone else in favor, please line up along the wall.
You know, my name's Mark Turner, and I live at 1502 East LaSalle Street. And I'm here in favor of this plan. I have to tell you, I also own a business in downtown South Bend, and I have a factory on the west side of South Bend. South Bend has just changed in the last 25 years. You've all been part of that. But I have one little story, two actually. One, there's Joe Kernan's evidently on our side, and I've never agreed with him on anything. So this will be a first.
Please address the council.
But when Osco's left downtown South Bend, Steve Lickey asked me to go around and talk to grocery stores. And I did. And they all said, it's never going to happen. Rob's dad said there'll never be another grocery store in South Bend. Seriously, no way. So the city's idea was to tear the building down. And I was in a meeting. I just told the mayor, give me 60 days and I'll come up with a plan. That's why Osco's is in a parking lot. Following rules are only guidelines. You have to seek change, and it's coming rapidly. And South Bend is behind the curve. If you go to downtown Bloomington, I counted 17 construction sites. South Bend can do this. You just need to unlock that by saying yes. Okay? Thank you so much.
My name is Barton Bennett, and I'm one of the owners of a business called Odessian Technology. We're located on Colfax between Hill and Niles. And we were back in 2008, we moved from Mishawaka, Edison Lakes, to South Bend. Okay? We bought a building, and we put an incredible amount of money into it, more than, in hindsight, I kind of wish I had. We're right across from the East Race liquor store. We're next to that big apartment building that was just put in. And before we landed in South Bend, I want you to know that we spent, this is my wife over here in the corner, she's not speaking, but we spent 2 years traveling to Goshen and Elkhart, and we searched long and hard for a place. My background was aerospace and defense, okay? I used to work at Honeywell. And our business is an R&D business, okay? So when I wanted to put a facility in, I wanted a Class A, really nice office space with a lab in the back. I spent more time traveling to Elkhart looking at disgusting, ugly places. You know, I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like there's a lot of ugly crap out there, all right? There is. And so we made a decision, and we came, and we had a hell of a response. It was great. Great reception. They rolled out the 2008 plan, said this is going to be an art technology district. It's the East Bank Village. You know, great concept. We're going to eventually have a lot of entertainment, a lot of places to eat. And so we embraced it, and we put a lot of money into our facade, and we believe in that vision, okay? So, you know, I also think, you know, if you take a good look at what's happened over the last couple of years, you know, we're very fortunate to have Dave Matthews here. I'm serious.
And again, sir,
we are very fortunate.
Please address the council. Okay.
Because not everyone has that, okay? But the thing is, the truth is this. Developers are developers, okay? They tend to look at numbers just like any businessman. And you guys, just like the economic development folks over here, have a hell of a responsibility, because if we're not careful, we're going to screw it up. Okay? Right now, there's a certain ambiance, a certain character in the East Bank Village. It can be a village. It can be really cool. But we got to really take some steps, and you know, sometimes you don't want to slow down progress. You don't want Dave to walk away. You want him to do his thing, but you want him to do it in a way where it really fits the character. You know, we're only an hour and a half from Chicago. I've lived in big cities where I drove an hour and a half to work every day. You know, we have a hell of an opportunity to turn South Bend into a really, really cool place. I think what needs to happen is we need to change our approach to parking. Parking is messing us up big time, okay? And this is an example. You need to pay for its parking so you can bring it down to 7 floors, and it fits with the ambiance. You know, the way we approach parking in this community is very backward, and I really encourage you to do a study on parking and how parking is done in other cities. I come from Kansas City, Missouri. Take a look at the Country Club Plaza. There are no time limits. There are no fees. It's a very, very high-end outdoor shopping area. And you know what? They don't want you to leave in 2 hours. They don't want you to have an excuse not to go to the Country Club Plaza to shop. I think you need to give Dave, or figure out a way to cover the parking, make sure there's some public parking space there as well, because people like us who are trying to hire people have employees with no place to park. So I'm for Dave. I'd like to see the number come from 12 to 7, and I'd like to see his parking covered. That's how I feel.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Yeah, I'm Eamon McFarland. I'm one of the owners of a new restaurant on the East Bank, Render Kitchen and Bar. I reside 2200 Arbor Point Drive, north of here. So yeah, I'm one of the owners of Render Kitchen and Bar. We're trying to contribute to the city, food, culture. I'm a millennial. My partner's a millennial. We understand the spending power of millennials. They really create sort of a vibrant atmosphere. So we knew we were taking a risk investing in South Bend. One of the reasons why we decided to open up a restaurant was the Smart Streets project. It showed us that the city was willing to invest to kind of promote growth for businesses. So for me, you know, I'm a supply side economics kind of guy. The more people to spend money, the better our business does. So for me, more living units and a grocery store just seems like a no-brainer to me. I've known Dave for a couple years. We've had some long conversations. Behind him, I agree with his vision. And on a side note, I did used to live in South Bend. I've only been here for about 8 years, and the reason why I left was no grocery store. So I'm strongly in favor of this. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Please state your name and address.
My name is Dave Matthews, Sr. I live at 54609 Bradley Street in Elkhart. I grew up here in South Bend. I'm Dave's dad. And I'm here to, first of all, I'd like to apologize for disrupting the last meeting. We have a unique opportunity here in South Bend because a number of big economic cycles are pretty much converging on us now. For example, we have the millennials who are overloaded with debt, don't really want a car, and had a good time at school, and have lived in the big cities, and they want to live in a community with higher density. They've also been taught at school that in a community with more density, people in cities essentially are 15% more efficient than people that are not living in high-density environments, and they're seeking success. We have 10,000 baby boomers a day retiring in the United States for the next 20 years. These guys are us, I guess. Me. We're going to be downsizing. And we also want to live in more dense communities that have more convenient amenities. I visited the most successful, fastest growing community in the country for the last handful of years. The Villages in Florida, which is actually a private development. And they are adding 3,000 houses a year there. It's like a golf cart community. They have 70,000 golf carts. They have 45 pools, 155 tennis courts. These people are, it's a 55-plus community, age community, and the retirees that are flocking to this community are moving in because they want amenities. They want a little bake shop and a coffee shop and a grocery store and a pharmacy and a lawyer's office. And that is basically what happens when we get more density. Density makes value for people. It will also enhance the value of any of the people that are on the lower end of the income scale that actually own property in the area between Notre Dame and downtown South Bend. And locally, we also have this huge investment coming our way from Notre Dame. Notre Dame has committed to spend $250 million a year. Locally, they're about a year into it. We've got $1 billion worth of new investment going into Notre Dame. Notre Dame that was founded within, a handful of 5 years of South Bend. And Notre Dame is essentially a factory producing knowledge workers. This is the service economy coming our way. Our biggest employer is Notre Dame. Our second biggest employers are the hospitals. Our law offices are used by law firms across the country because our wage rates are much more reasonable than D.C. or New York or Los Angeles or even Indianapolis. So we have a lot of service work coming in from the internet thanks to the foresight of our city fathers via the MetroNet. And so we have a disproportionate number of legal professionals doing work here in South Bend that is getting shipped over the internet back out the next day.
1 minute, sir.
Where they're using it. So the goal of this development is to create a zone in South Bend and build South Bend so that I'm listening. Notre Dame's expanding. They're talking about adding more people. These people want to live downtown. A 12-story building is going to be good for the area. Thank you very much.
Do I see one more, or is that waiting for opposition? Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing no one else, we'll open it up to opposition. Anyone? Oh, sorry. Wait, what's the time?
I have 1 hour.
Okay.
Kathy, so
opposition again, 5 minutes per person, but total of 1 hour for all opposition. So anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please make your way to the far wall. And we look forward to hearing your comments. Please state your name and address.
S.J. Sabo, P.O. Box 555, South Bend, Indiana.
What, Mr. Sanders, you can hold on. Let everybody walk over first.
Oh, yeah.
And then we can focus.
As long as you don't start the clock on.
I understand. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, but I'll just walk moving. Let's get out and move first. Wow.
Okay. Yep.
Well, I tell you, I'm short on time and having to follow a lengthy dog and pony show, including expensive out-of-town talent, putting forth a brand-new theory of demographic that all South Bend needs to grow is more apartments. That's a new one on me. This is a tough bit. But the fact is, there's only one real issue here. It's not that the apartment block is too stinking big, or that it's been recently swathed in now passé Las Vegas pastiche design. The issue is, cities have plans for very good reasons. They have them because there's a vision involved that is determined not just by a small number of people, but by the city as a body as to how it wants to grow and what is to be its character and what things are important for a good quality of life. The existing area plan for the East Bank is sound and viable, and is proving to be a very nice place to be. Now it's coming under pressure of gentrification, which is threatening to throw a lot of people out of their places because they won't be able to afford the property taxes anymore. But that's another issue down the road. The real issue here is that it's a great building. You know, I agree with everybody. The city's got to grow and change and evolve. And sure, if apartments are going to make the difference, build them. But build them in the right place. If you want to put up that many units...
Please address the council.
If you want to put up that many units and you want to garner all that tax money, I can see everybody's eyes lighting up at the thought of $1.8 million a year. Take that project across the river where it belongs, where it will fit in, where it's appropriate, and leave the East Bank alone. Unfortunately, Mr. Matthews, or young Mr. Trump, depending on how you look at it, has a real disturbing habit of believing that his own particular vision is much better than everybody else's. And he wants to make his fortune where he wants to make it, under his terms, his way. And that's not the way cities work. They are by consensus of what is best for the greatest number of people. And the area plans that we devise through great expenditure and intense effort and real sincerity reflect the community consciousness about what this fabric is going to be. But that's not good enough for Mr. Matthews. He can't make enough money that way somehow. And so now he wants to change the rules to suit himself. This is not right. This is not how democracy works. This is how money works, pushing its way around, making sure it multiplies, but that's not how democracy works, and it's not good for the community. Build it. And if you guys want to jump in and spend another $6 million, and like you did up at Eddy Street Commons, and lose your shirt on that, drawing traffic away from downtown, fine. But do it in the right spot. Stick to the plan. It's there for a reason.
1 minute, sir.
The project is fine. I got no problem with it as long as he builds it somewhere else. Take it across the river. That's all I got to say.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jazz Alexander. I live at 830 Camden Street on the west side, and I also represent the area CLC. So I can only reiterate what everyone else has already said. We, as a city, we benefit from the presence of Mr. Matthews and Matthews LLC. It's incredible. What he's doing is incredible. Also, has the city, Mr. Bolton, made some mistakes when it comes to our development of the city, and especially downtown South Bend? They have. Are we in a competition with Mr. Walker? We are, and we're losing. But, as Mr. Matthews said, it kind of resonated with me. He put together this plan for, was it smart cities? No, not smart cities.
Regional cities.
Regional cities. Regional cities. He put it together in hours, didn't think he was going to win it. They won it, they got it, now he had to put together a real plan. When he put together a real plan, he started crunching the numbers. The development that he initiated at first grew. So, Mr. Matthews, incredible man, love him. I love his project. However, when the plan grew, he has always focused his development on the East Bank. Does this parcel that he's initiated what he wants to do, does it need redevelopment? Yes. Does the East Bank need redevelopment? Yes. However, the project, as it is presently constituted with the growth, is not an East Bank project. He's developed out of the East Bank. As it is presently constituted, my opposition is with parcel and project. Do I believe that the parcel needs to be redeveloped? Yes. Do I believe in the project that he wants to bring? Yes. Do I believe that they match? No. I agree with the man that just spoke that the project is great, and I support it wholeheartedly. I support what he's trying to do in the East Bank wholeheartedly. But I believe that the project, as it is presently constituted, is a West Bank project. And if he were to come and say, we want to do this development in the West Bank, as it is presently constituted, I would support it wholeheartedly. If he said he wants to develop a project on the parcel in the East Bank, not as it is presently constituted. Thank you.
Hello, Jesse Karasik with Trilogy Real Estate Group, based in Chicago. We own The Point. People call it The Point in St. Joseph Apartments. First of all, I want to thank all the
Please state your address, sir.
What's that?
Sorry, please state your address.
520 West Erie, Chicago, Illinois. First of all, I want to say thank you for allowing the public comment. Thanks for having me. I think from our standpoint, we're not anti the project, just like the vast majority of people that I've heard, at least. We're not anti the project. We're for the commercial. We're for the grocery store. We're for the. We're actually for most of the residences, because we don't view the residences as competition to us. They're focused on a separate niche. The reality is our average rent at our property is approximately $1,000. We have 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. The 1 bedrooms are less, the 2 bedrooms are more. We're in the process of renovating that project. We bought it for $75,000 a unit, which equates to a little over $15 million. We have in turn put in additional $3 million in it. So our capital that we have of our own money is $6.7 million. Part of our concern is for our residents and for the reality is for our project. And that is, at some point, we get shadows, right? And we don't want the forecast to be shady at the point, right? We need the project to be within just the 9 stories from our standpoint, because anything over the 9 stories, according to the shadow studies that we've seen, we really begin to show additional shadows over our units, right? And so obviously that's not ideal for our residents, and we believe that the negative of that impact outweighs the positive of having a grocery store across the street. Especially if you're talking about, at least in the scenarios that we've seen, 9 months out of the year having about half of our units in the shadow most of the time. They're not in the shadow in the summer, but they are in the shadow in the winter. And that's the time when you want sun coming in. So I'm here to discuss that aspect. I've heard some discussion about putting other people's money at risk here. I do have some concerns about that. I think if he's receiving a grant and he's receiving a tax abatement, the aggregate dollar amount between those two items is $15 million. If he is achieving 80% leverage to build his project, he'll achieve $40 million from a bank. That means he's putting between $5 and $6 million into the project, but the taxpayer is putting in 15. So I think because of that, you all have the right to ask a lot of questions, because you guys are putting more at risk than he is. In addition to that point, we have concerns about demand. Our demand concerns are, the gentleman from Indianapolis brought up the demand factors, and it's true, right? Everybody sees them. I think if there was truly such a pent-up demand for downtown, which we believe there is, we believe in downtown, we bought a $15 million project, we're putting in another 3. We believe in downtown. But if there was truly such a pent-up demand, you would see high levels of rent growth, you would see high levels of home value growth, right? Similar to what you see in Madison, Wisconsin, similar to what you see in Ann Arbor, or other secondary markets which have large amounts, and frankly, that's an issue that they have, is some of the...
1 minute, sir.
Some of that is there's not enough housing. So I think on the good side, that's why, in part, we do believe that housing is good for the area. But from a selfish and a personal standpoint, because of our investment, we cannot support the height variance from the 9 to the 12. However, we do support the remainder of the project. One last thing. The projects that he's showing relative to the Chicago assets that were built are all projects that cost $400,000 a unit to build. So from a bill of goods standpoint that's being sold to you, I just want to make sure he's talking about $200,000 per unit in cost. He's showing you pictures of a $400,000 per unit project. There's going to be a disconnect. Now, Chicago is union labor. It's not going to cost the same in South Bend that it would cost here. But the reality is according to RS Means, which is the leading source of development cost data, RS Means says this project would cost approximately $300,000 per unit. So I would look into that.
My name is Jay Lewis. I live at 633 North Coquitlam Drive in South Bend, and I work at 212 East LaSalle in South Bend. That's the Tuesley Hall Canopa building, the Riverfront Professional Place. I'm a partner with the law firm and also its affiliate SBL Building Company, which owns the building. And I'm here today to join, I think, nearly everyone who supports the idea of some kind of project on this Commerce Center site. I'm glad that Dave Matthews is here. I'm glad he's investing in our city. I'm glad he and his team are taking a leadership role in bringing money downtown and bringing people downtown. And my partners and I want to see this happen, but not at this height. It doesn't make sense at this height. It's wildly inconsistent with the East Bank Village Master Plan, and it will be the first building that would lead to a transformation of the East Bank into just another part of downtown. I'm here today to ask the council to take your time. Be creative. We have a council, thank goodness, we have a council with 9 very talented people, very hardworking, very smart, very creative people. And I'm asking you, take your time. Get your heads together on this. Don't just react to a proposal. Let's think together as a community. And let's think beyond this one parcel. Let's think to the area around it. We've heard tonight that, this isn't the only option. It may be that if there was some public financing for a garage, perhaps a garage that could serve not just this parcel, but adjacent parcels, that there might be a way to bring the height down to a more reasonable size. Or maybe there's a way to do a land swap to get some lateral space around here so that Mr. Matthews and his team can put together a 240-unit project, but it's not all in one little tiny space. It's spread out just a little bit more, so it can come down in height to get closer to the character of the East Bank Village. Mr. Maliazzi and Ms. Smith make a very important point here, which is that the way this proposal is coming to you, the way this process is happening, it threatens to undermine the integrity of the planning process in the city of South Bend. It's a precedent it would be a precedent not just for the East Bank Village, for someone to do an end run on the BZA and come and ask you to approve it, but anywhere in the city. If someone wants to build a 150-foot, 175-foot building that overshadows the University of Notre Dame and blow out the northeast neighborhood, who are you to say no after approving this? Why would it just be a problem for the East Bank Village? This is, as been said before, this is a 100-year decision. Take your time. Let's think creatively. Let's try to find a way to get the people who are in favor of the project and the people who are in favor of it, except for the height, to get us all on the same page with a project that's right size for the city of South Bend. Maybe what needs to happen is we should continue this beyond tonight's hearing. Maybe we should get more people at the table and put together a plan. Instead of just tearing up the East Bank plan, let's come up with a new plan, and a plan that includes a right-sized project for this place, for this space. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Perry, and I live at 234 South Coquillard in South Bend. I don't usually come to speak at any public forum regarding real estate. I leave that to my husband, Frank Perry. But when he first told me about this project, I was very excited. I know David's work, and he does do good work, and he has a great vision and a great plan for growing South Bend. So Frank told me about the size of the project and how it's going to have a grocery store and a pharmacy and the size of how many apartments there were going to be. And I'm like, well, what's the problem? It sounds great. And he said, do you know how tall that building is going to be? And so he showed me some of the slides that had the shadows casting. And I said, okay, I still didn't get it. So we're in the car one day, and we're driving up Twickenham near Notre Dame north, across from where the tennis courts are in the fields, the baseball fields, and the building there, the overlook. He said, do you see that building? And I said, yeah. He said, well, David Matthews' proposed building will be 4 times taller than that building. And it's going to be sitting right there in the East Bank. And that struck me as something I needed to come and speak against. I'm not against the project in any way. I'm just against the project on the site at that height. People talk today about having a fiduciary commitment to this community, and I think you need to revisit the East Bank plan. I agree with the last gentleman. If that plan isn't going to work, let's find a plan that does work. But putting that size building on that site is not the right thing to do. Thank you.
My name is Emily Zablocki. I live at 2015 East Madison Street in South Bend. And I came here with one set of opinions, and those haven't really changed, but I have a lot of new thoughts on that. So I do think that the East Bank Village is a great idea, and it's something I look forward to. I don't always want to go downtown. I want to go someplace quaint and small, where there are things to do, and I can see colleagues and of all ages. And then I realized that apparently I am the abnormal millennial. I've owned my house for 10 years. I don't want to spend $100 on a meal. I don't want to do those things. And so the idea that we're going to continue to increase what we already have, and we're going to put in this beautiful building, that's going to cost a lot of money. And is that really what I want for the city I've lived in? I grew up here. I went to Adams with David. I teach at Adams. And I teach the students that live in that local community. And is that what's best for them? This really tall building. Who's going to live there? And they're going to pay the costs eventually. And as a millennial, I couldn't pay $800 a month to rent an apartment. I own a house for far less. And there are a lot of young people in the community that come back here and they don't have the finances to do that. Millennials are in debt. How are they going to continue to do that and then still meet these same needs? So while I think it's a great idea and the East Bank Village is wonderful, and it does need to be developed, I just don't think that this incredibly tall, huge building is the right answer.
Good evening. My name is Tom Panzica. My business is Panzica Building Corporation at 416 East Monroe Street. I'm also an investor in the property called The Wharf at Colfax and the River, which is across Colfax Avenue from the Commerce Center. I want to begin by saying I'm not against development. I'm not against a grocery downtown. I'm not against a drugstore downtown. I'm not against housing downtown. Those are all wonderful ideas. We need them. I'm moving in that direction with other developers to bring that product to our community. We need it. The question here, what we're talking about is this project of a density that's higher and greater than what the zoning and the business plan or the development plan for the East Bank Village contemplated right for this neighborhood at this time. There have been some specious arguments made to the council tonight in support of that. We're told that the whole future of the downtown development hinges on this one project being 12 stories, not 6, not 9, not 7, must be 12. It's either that or nothing. It's been an all or nothing proposition. I don't understand why that has to be, and I think some other folks have proposed some alternatives to that. We need to proceed slowly. We're told that we need to dispense with the 2008 East Bank Development Plan. We're told that Mr. Matthews is planning 30 years out, but yet we're ready to throw away a plan that's only been around for 8 years, and we're talking about a 30-year plan. That plan was put together with input from the community. It was done with charrettes. It was done at the cost of $50,000 to the city with consultants. It's a valid plan. Some developers have been following it. It's having results. I don't think it's the time to throw away that plan. We're also told that Matthews projects promote community building and a sense of new urbanism, yet this plan in this place disregards the character of the neighborhood and tramples on that 2008 master plan that our community has adopted. It had broad-based community support and acceptance at the time. It was to include a cultural district, an arts walk, different densities of housing. Again, the question is, are we putting all of the housing in the East Bank in one shaft on one block, or can we spread that development out and share it with the 12 or 16 blocks that constitute the neighborhood? That was the plan. We've also been told that this proposal would be welcomed with open arms in the neighborhoods of more enlightened cities such as Indianapolis. But I propose to you that there's a neighborhood near downtown Indianapolis that's very analogous to the East Bank Village, or what it could become, and that's Broad Ripple. Broad Ripple is a long-established neighborhood of housing, shops, arts, bistros, things such as that. It's close to a college campus. It's crossed by water in several locations. I've researched that neighborhood, and I find that in the community of Broad Ripple, the city of Indianapolis only allows a 65-foot height in their zoning. I've also seen where within the last year, a high-density development that was proposed by a prominent Indianapolis developer was fought vehemently by people in the neighborhood that did not want that change in the character of their neighborhood. So I don't buy the argument that this project in this place would be welcomed if we were Indianapolis. That's not the issue. We've been told by many people that jumping from 60 foot to 175 foot should be allowed because of a BZA precedent. which was fought by Mr. Matthews, by the way. The BZA precedent was granted to our group at one time, and it was up to 98 feet. Now let's put that at a scale that everyone can understand. If 60 feet, which is the zoning height, was at a human scale, let's say that that's Vern Troyer, the mini-me from the Austin Powers movie.
1 minute, sir.
60 feet. If we go to 98 feet, that's the height of actor Danny DeVito. And if we go to 175 feet and scale up by the same ratio, that's the height of the tallest human ever recorded, who was about 8'11". So we're talking about putting a giant in this neighborhood of little people. Finally, I'm concerned that this project has come this far, and nobody who's spoken, nobody who appears to be involved in the development, while they have talent and impressive degrees, I haven't seen one registered licensed architect who's passed the state of Indiana board examination involved in this project. And it concerns me, a project of this magnitude having this effective change in our community has gotten this far without that level of professional involvement. So again, I encourage you to go slow, reconsider. It'd be a great project across the river, an okay project if it's slower in height and lower in scale to fit the neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hannah Ostheimer. I live at 1009 East Jefferson Boulevard in the East Bank Village. I'm a millennial. Everybody's been saying what millennials want and need and all this stuff. And what I need is something that I can afford. I have student loans to pay. I make less than $40,000 a year. I'm one of those 72%. And 240 apartments would be awesome, but I will never be able to afford that, in the next 5 years. I walk to work every day downtown. I pass Mr. Matthews townhomes that sell for $800,000, and I just can't see a 12-story building in a village. It just doesn't fit. And I think it's great that he's committed to our community. I'm excited about the development that's proposed. I just think it's too big, and I think it's awesome that he's willing to cut rent for people that can volunteer, but people who are working who don't make very much money don't have 16 hours a month to volunteer. I really am in support of a development. I love South Bend. I love this community. I was born and raised here. I just think that a 12-story building belongs on the West Bank and not in a village. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Frank Perry. I live at 234 South Coquillard, and I find myself fairly responsible for shaking some bushes, I guess I'd say, in the community, at least among some people that I have discussed the project with, including some planners who wouldn't be here tonight because, quite frankly, they feel as though them speaking in front of the city and the administration might conflict with their business dealings with the city. But I can assure you that all of them believe the character of the East Bank Village, and they know the plan, should be kept, and this project just violates almost every standard that is set in that East Bank Village plan. Now let me go back a little history. In 2008, I was heavily involved in the project, heavily involved with my partners and Holiday, and we worked with JJR, same firm doing the $350,000 riverfront program right now. They're right here. They're right at our disposal. We should bring them in. Ask them what they think, as opposed to believing somehow that everyone here tonight is the expert, when in fact they're not, and neither am I. I'm one person, I'm one vote, I'm one developer. I've been in the community all my life, been in the real estate business all my career. I don't know another business. Developing for 30 years in this community. Over $200 million of the projects I've been involved in. Been involved in a lot of them in the downtown. Lost money in most of them. I think things are changing. But we've got to look seriously in the mirror. And that's, I think, what you're hearing a little bit of. I want the grocery store. We're going to get a grocery store. Don't worry. It'll happen. Because I believe in it. I believe in it, and I'm going to invest my money. And by the way, In the last 18 months, I've invested $3.5 million in this community. Not only the wharf site am I involved in, I'm involved with the J.C. Lauber. I'm going to make that a brew pub and community center. What part of it is a community center? It's the part that I've been trying to support so far since it hasn't really been open. It's still kind of, well, it's in a state of disrepair, to tell you the truth. But, in fact, it's kind of cool. It's why I bought it. And the artists are there. We're having some fundraisers there. It's my commitment, and there's going to be more of that. I bought the 300 block, most of the 300 block of North Hill Street. You're going to see good things there in time. The corner of, the dilapidated corner of, across from St. Joe Church. I bought that. I'm going for a grant to improve the facades in 2 months with DTSB. I think I'm going to get it. I got the worst looking facade in town now. So all in all, when I'm done with that project, it'll look good. I'm going to have lights shining on it. I also consider myself a community builder. But I believe that if we're going to come together and build a community, we ought to build it with consensus. Not because I think it's a great idea. Not because, and I believe it's a little disingenuous of David for him to stand up here and promote a project that's 175 feet tall when he said back in, I can't remember the date now, it's on there somewhere.
December 2013.
Changing the policy from 5 stories, this is about the work project, changing the policy from 5 stories to 8 stories will have drastic consequences to the neighborhood. That's what he said about a project that was only going to be 8 stories tall. And then he came back to say, oh, because it looks suburban. That's not a reason. That's an opinion. So I'm really upset about it.
1 minute, sir.
Okay? I'm going to wrap up also by clarifying something. Although 98 feet may have been in some drawings, Phil Panzica went on record to say that our project would top out at 76 feet. There's a reason for that. It's 76 feet, 75 actually. High-rise construction costs come into play, and it gets very expensive to go above that. Very expensive. We're pulling it back down to 75. The project I hope you see in the near future, which is going to be the Wharf Project in conjunction with Stevenson Mill and Sites Park, which will include condos and a hotel, hopefully. That project will not go over 75 feet. And I'll put my word, I'll put my guarantee that I wouldn't go over 75 feet. Because the bottom line is on this project, we've got to work together, and we've got to have a village. And a village does not say 175 feet. Mass and scale matter too, guys. It's not just about the height. It's about the thickness. And the 400 feet...
Sir, your time is up.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good evening, or should I say good night? My name is Mary Rose Esslinger. I live at 307 East LaSalle Avenue. Folks, I live at the Point. I have lived at the Point for 12 years. I have lived at the Point longer than David Matthews has been out of school. I know this neighborhood. I've seen the neighborhood grow and develop. I've seen things change. I will be brief. I am in opposition to the whole thing. I think I'm a minority. And I love Martins. I just don't want to see it across the street. Do you realize the quality of life that I'm going to have living in my building? I'm going to be suffering. Why? Because I'm going to be in the dark. My AEP bills are going to be sky high. I'm going to have my lights on 24/7. Now, when the Point was built, they had these trees in the parkway, right? But those trees grew up. I know people who are on the first floor of the LaSalle, on the south side, the LaSalle Street side, who have to have their lights on during the day. This is a good project. David Matthews does good work. Why can't he do something like he did at the East Bay Townhomes in that area? This does not. It's incongruous with a village. You don't have a high rise in the village. The traffic is going to be deplorable. The traffic just getting out of my driveway to get on LaSalle. I see traffic backed up for somebody who's a police officer who's stopping a speeder on the way to work. It's bumper to bumper on the way to work. I know what I'm talking about. This is a bad, wrong idea for this block. When you think about the apartment complexes in the city, the Point, put it up against the river. Carl King Towers, nobody's talking about that. I think I'm going to have Carl King Towers across from me.
Exactly what you're doing.
Against the river. Where David Matthews lives now, against the river. Stevenson Mills, on the race. It's away from everything. Even Madison Center, they have their own parking lot. They're not disturbing anybody. You can get in and out. You're not going to be able to do that with the Point and with the Martins across the street, as much as I would like to have it. We haven't had a Martins for a long time, or any kind of big, larger grocery store. Quite honestly, I'd like to see a satellite Target there in that space. What's the matter with that? Villages can have a 2-level department store. I would love that. I have 6 opportunities to buy groceries where I live. 6. And I show low. I shop local. I go to the Saigon Market. I go to Flamingos. I go to Danvers. I go to the market. A Martin's is fine, but let's put the Martin's on the other side of Michigan Street on the west side. And let's build apartments, fine. I mean, I couldn't afford David Matthews' apartment. And honestly, I can't see how anybody getting out of college could. Unless they want to put all their money into their residence.
1 minute, ma'am.
All I'm saying is, I am for growth and development and for South Bend to be as best as it can be, but not on my block.
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal, you and any other presenters. Councilmember President Scott will keep time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 5 minutes total for you and your entire presentation team. I'm sorry, the public portion is closed.
Oh, wow, okay, so, I think the community investment like anything a year ago. Okay, so I'll just go through the list and try and address as many concerns as I can. Jesse with Trilogy lives in Chicago. They own the Point Apartments across the street. They are okay with 9 stories. They said that taxpayers are putting in more risk than I am because the taxpayers are doing a tax abatement. That's ridiculous. The Regional Cities grant is 10% of cost. The down payment that I need to put up to my lender is my own money, is my own cash. The loan that I'll get from the bank is guaranteed by me. The bank is going to get paid unless I have no money. It is definitely my risk, even if it is a bank loan. He said that he doesn't see this project as competition, but then he also brought up concerns about demand. It shows that really they do have concern of competition. If they can get 3 stories knocked off for a building, it's 74 units fewer. If they can get a grocery store across the street with no apartments upstairs, that's the best case scenario for them. Because then the other developers who are in the residential business don't have to compete with our residential product. He said that the apartments that we propose would be $400,000 or $500,000 a piece, and said that I don't know what these apartments will cost. I think I know what these apartments will cost better than anybody in this city. I have more experience building condos and housing like the pictures I showed because I actually built those. Jay Lewis mentioned that change of height could transform the area in a negative way. He asked the city council to take their time. We've been working on this for 6 months. We started conversations back in June. We filed for the PUD. We've had multiple public meetings. We've had the staff reports came out. We got more information. The staff reports changed. Community investment supports this project. We had an area plan commission. It moved it on neutrally. We had a city council meeting open to the public. We had the committee meeting already today, and now it's up for you guys to make a decision and vote. He talked about if somebody wanted to build a tall building near Notre Dame, and I think back to when they got the rezoning for their tall hotel next to the parking structure on Edison. They actually asked to make it 3 or 4 stories taller, and the city council and the community was against it, and they lowered the height. But they did ask for it to be taller, closer to what we're proposing in downtown. But Eddy Street Commons had a city spend $20 million for a parking structure that we don't have that opportunity. So instead, we have a proposal that works. And we could do it shorter if we had some support. The East Bank plan called for millions of dollars to be invested over the past 8 years in the neighborhood. It didn't happen. We had the Jefferson Street improvements and the Niles Avenue improvements from CSO, but the 2 parking garages the city was supposed to build, 7 out of 8 years left are through, and not one has been built. We've heard from Panzica and Frank Perry. They're the ones who first changed the height limit. When they presented to the ABZA, they said, "Oh, no other properties in the area, would fit for a taller building. No one else is going to come up here."
1 minute.
And then we went up. We went to the ABZA, and we were struck down twice until the city council saw it reasonable to let us build taller. Then community investment came out with a new policy that our staff from area plan has said they used in making the decision of 98 feet, because that was the policy from community investment set about 1.5 years ago. Community investment now supports 175 feet. That's a new policy. It'd be nice if the staff would accept it. I think that's most of my rebuttal, answering those questions. But I think this project fits with the character of the neighborhood. It is taller, but the character and the style of construction and design, the details we put into the product we build, has much more impact on the character of the street than the height. We could build a 1-story strip mall with a parking structure on the corner. That would be completely fine with the East Bank plan, but it would be terrible for the character of the neighborhood. Please pass this today.
With that, we will turn it back to the council, because we limited the council to only 2 questions. If there are any additional questions, you now have an opportunity at this time. Hopefully there aren't too many, and then we will move to comments. Please, again, we will not entertain any motions until all council members have an opportunity to make a comment. So with that, hopefully a very limited number, if any. Does anyone have any questions for the petitioner?
Quick one, I think. I tried to ask before, and I don't think I got the answer. I missed it. Why didn't you, in June, because you made a point about process, you've been doing this since June, when Area Plan recommended you consider looking at changing the East Bank plan, why did you choose not to go that route or help the city kind of engage in that way?
We had some conversation both with community investment and some city council members. To change the plan, right? So they suggest changing the plan. Well, first you have to change the plan, then you have to change the zoning ordinance. To change the plan, theoretically, maybe it could be done in 3 months, but as we heard in our committee meeting today, it'd probably take 2 months to hire a consultant. It's probably more if it's maybe a 6-month plan, but Larry mentioned probably closer to a year. Once that plan got updated, we still then have to change the zoning ordinance to comply with the plan. So there's another that's more administrative. That's probably another 2 or 3 month process. So we're well over a year to get this changed. And if we look at the precedents that have been set, the ABZA set a precedent, changed it from 60 feet to 98. That's a 68% increase like that. We're asking for a 78% increase over that new height limit. It doesn't seem unreasonable to come to the city council and ask for a public meeting, have public input, hear from the neighbors. We have 50-some letters of support, mostly from people who live in the neighborhood. Of the people who spoke against and remonstrated against the project, one person lives in the immediate neighborhood, one person lives a block off of Eddy Street, and everybody else lives either out of state or not in this neighborhood. And so this project has a lot of community support. It has support from the neighborhood organization for the area. It has support from the homeowners and residents in the neighborhood. It has support from the business owners and leaders in downtown. To me, going through the process of asking you guys for the increase in height with our PUD application made the most sense. And it also gives the city council more control than if you just said, hey, the new height limit is 175 feet. Because we did the PUD, we are taking area and dedicating it to public use. We're bowing to the elevations we designed. Because somebody could build a really ugly building that's 175 feet. And I'd be against that too. But I'm for a building that is attractive, that is timeless, that's going to add to the character of the neighborhood. And for that to happen, we need a path that developers can go through. And the PUD is a great path for developers to go through because we have to say, this is what we're going to build. This is what it looks like. This is what the site plan is. And there's a lot of commitments we make, both in the application process and in the presentation, that binds our project to what we said we're going to do. And if you just blanket raise the limit, the city council and the community loses that control. So I think this is the right path to go for the preservation of value, for the responsible growth that I want to see in the neighborhood I call home. And I think a lot of the supporters here would like to see as well.
Any additional follow-up questions? Seeing none from council, thank you. We will open it up to now council comments. Is it okay if we start with you, Regina, or is today just...
Are y'all voting?
So again, please, we will not entertain any motions until all council members have an opportunity to make comments.
I love this part. I want to thank everybody for sticking around and sharing, your thoughts, because it really does. I think it's an important piece. It really helps me, kind of shape my opinions. I hate that, we end up voting. We have to vote now, but maybe we won't. I have to say that, I think that I've learned a lot. I keep saying that, being, new on the council. And what I realize is that there's a lot of times there's things kind of going on that people in the community don't really know necessarily. And I have to say, I don't think I've really had a conversation with a person on this council that's against the development. But what I've learned is that we really have to take time to make sure that the process is done in a way that happens within the expectation of the law and that respects the process. And I really like how one gentleman in the audience put it, is that we need to shepherd this growth. I think that's really important. I'm not sure that anybody is against growth and redevelopment. We all understand, I believe, that it has to happen, it's going to happen, and we welcome it. But I think it's really important, and I think it's really important that we honor decisions that were made by people who came before us. That includes residents, businesses, city officials, and also respect the resources that have been spent to kind of get to that place, wherever we are. Tax dollars that we spend on consultants, time, that we spent together making sure that, I heard a lot of people say, oh, well, you're just nitpicking, da-da-da-da-da. And again, there are laws that are guiding us. And I heard our city attorney tell us earlier that, there are things that we have to abide by. And so that's going to be really important in my decision whether to move forward with this tonight or not. Mr. Matthews is brilliant. He's kind. He's dedicated. He's demonstrated his commitment. He's using his own money. All of these things, there's no denying that. One thing people didn't say tonight, that he's also very tough. And we're scrutinizing his project because it's our job. And guess what? He can take it. So I think Mr. Matthews actually made the point when he talked about all of this waste, this failed developments that we've had in the past, when we rush into things or we maybe don't do our due diligence. I'm hearing that we've lost millions and millions of dollars on other projects that we've decided to fund, and we kind of moved through, and now we found out that wasn't good. So I think this process is really important. Also, we have other things to consider. We just had some folks come and show us some really crazy pictures about our water treatment plants. And I'm like, you know, we have to think about, are we giving out tax abatements? How are we spending our money, our time, our interest, things like that? And where's the best place to do that? So we have a lot of things, you know, that need to be considered. And, you know, the last thing I'll kind of touch on, I tell you, this issue about, you know, the young professionals and millennials, and, you know, we need them, they're coming, they want, I appreciate those millennials who talked about maybe we're not all the same, we don't all want the same thing, we don't all have the same needs. And thank you to the teacher, because that's where I'm at. I'm seeing a whole lot of millennials who are young and maybe unprofessional, or, you know, that are as Dave Matthews himself, you know, these are people that we want to be able to engage in our economy, so they end up being able to afford these things. So there's so much more that needs to happen. And as we go through this process of shepherding this growth, we have to make sure that we don't rush into something that, you know, I love the numbers, but I'm also seeing the people in my neighborhood. I want to take you. I believe that you care about people. And yet I don't see myself in these plans. I don't see the people I live with in these plans. You know, ideas about market strength, you know, those are relative. You know, something that feels like it's low income isn't necessarily what the people that I know would consider affordable. So I think we have to have more conversations as a community about what true affordable housing is. And I believe that, Dave Matthews, you know, you have a commitment to that. Other developers that are here, you also have a commitment to that. So again, I will stop talking about this, I promise you, when you start talking about it. I will stop talking about this when we get projects that address those issues, so I don't have to get on the soapbox. I welcome that. And I will start talking about it when I start seeing my neighbors, which is my job, in this audience speaking for or against certain projects. Because right now I feel like, yes, we have a great representation of people in the community. Well, we have a great group of folks here. I'm not sure, I'm not convinced that it's a true representation of everybody or the people that I've been elected to represent. So I feel like I'm constantly having that voice, but I'm asking you to be patient with me because I know the conversations that I have in the community. And so I'm steadfast in bringing that voice to this experience and making sure that, you know, we're kind of holding that out. Because I believe that also young millennials, what I hear, they want a diverse community. Diverse in terms of race and education and income, a diversity of thought and a diversity of experience. And I think that it's really important that we take our time to make sure that while we're doing all this amazing development that builds these beautiful apartments that they are going to cost money, that we're also paying attention to making sure that we have a space for the people, as I said before, who live here now, the majority of whom could never afford to live in those spaces that we will have in the future, because we will have those. I personally want to make sure that we have this amazing revitalization. Other cities have done it. It's happening all over the country. But what you may also know, we've done it here. But if you look at the Triangle neighborhood, people tell me years ago it was 99% people of color. It's now 99% white. That's great because it's beautiful. But is that truly what we were trying to achieve? I don't think it was. So I think we have to take our time to think about, while we do these great developments, hand in hand, what are we doing to ensure that we're really, truly going to come out with the outcome? And I think there's some very practical things that we can do. And so, like I said, I'm just calling on this community to remember that, to keep bringing those things, because gentrification is real. And it's going to happen if we don't pay attention. But we can't have revitalization without displacement. And I'm challenging us again to think more deeply about these issues, to not just look at the surface, to take our time, to make the commitment, to reach out, find the people who live here, because they don't show up at these meetings. My husband's still at work right now, okay? And there's a lot of folks that work third shift, that do all these things, that have kids that can't be here. So let's make that commitment together. We will do it. We can do it. I believe in the people of South Bend. I believe what people say, that we want to be a 21st century city. We want to be diverse. We want to be inclusive.
The mayor said it, diversity inclusion initiative. I'm gonna keep talking about it. Jeff Parrott, I hope you're gonna quote me correctly. I'm not saying all this crazy stuff. Talk to me after if you have any questions. But we have rules, we have guidelines that I've learned are telling us that we need to take some time and make sure this is the right process to get to where we get a chance to build this beautiful development that Mr. Matthews is doing. I'm not sure that this is the right way, the PDUD is the right way, but I think there is a way to get there that we can, I hope, take some time to make sure we do it in a way that's legal. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly?
The 2008 East Bank Master Plan, I think, is a very good one. I know a number of people that worked on it. I heard you call tonight a guide and dynamic, and I guess that's how I tend to think about it, as a guide. It called for about $90 million of development by private investment by 2016, and I'll defer to community investment, but I don't think we've gotten there at this point. It called for tech and medical corridor to St. Joe Regional Medical Center. That's going to be a long corridor now. So again, I think of it as a guide. I think it can morph and can change with changing times, with and so to that end, I think the viability of this project will be borne out in whether or not it can get financed, in the details that will come from this point on, if it is allowed to move forward. So in that, I support the plan. That's all, yeah.
Where to begin? In many ways, I think this isn't big enough. We have to get it right, and it's in the process, the how of doing this, as well as the end product, the outcome. Impulsing developers, doing research with urban planners in our city, at the University of Notre Dame, looking at the regional cities plan, and its intent to create unique spaces, vibrant spaces. There is not a single one of my fellow council members here who don't want any of the same goals that the remonstrators spoke for, nor that the folks in support. We want individuals in houses. We want individuals stopping by cafes and restaurants and frequenting our parks. But again, we've got to get it right and do it the right way. And I'm very sympathetic to Mr. Matthews and the amount of time that you and your staff have dedicated to this endeavor. And I thank you for bringing it forward, for the 4th District and for the benefit of the city. It is an amazing plan. But I think there were plenty of opportunities for us to go bigger and better with this in a way that brings along the entire neighborhood, that is done without ambiguity, clean, clear, that it's done without contention,
And in a business like fashion, that's the marks, I think, some of the marks that we need to hit. You need to hit, for the grant, housing, a full-service market, and a pharmacy. There's a lot of X factors there for me in terms of figuring out, what components are driving what's really driving hype here. And I'd like to work with you, and I'd like to invite you to work with people. Again, this isn't the first time that I've made this request. Because there are neighbors, obviously, who are affected. There are people who have standing in this, in this. And it's not just the neighbors, adjacent to the property, to the east, to the west, to the north, to the south. It'll impact a lot of folks. So we need a parking solve in this area, and we're going to be asked, to look at making room for parking. So and I guess as a council, I want to make sure we're adding up all the numbers and all the asks on this. Yes, indeed, incredible risk for you and Mr. Bartles, but this is a $14 million question, and it's also a game-changing question because of the tool that you have elected to drive this through. And I appreciate, again, your willingness to put this before us, to make us think big as a city. And I want this to happen, but I want it to be in a way that does foster future growth, that people know the way to get things done. And my biggest concern on this is that there's a different way to do this and to do it right with regards to the request for the rezoning. This is a variance on height, and it belongs in the domain, in my opinion, and should have been in the domain of
Central business.
Of the central business district that it sits. You are asking us to disregard planning on any given parcel in the city of South Bend. And I guess I would like to ask my fellow council members to consider, where does this leave planning? Where does this leave planning for any of us? And where do we go from there? Because in 2014, excuse me, with your question with the River Race Flats at Niles and Jefferson, it's been over 2 years that we've asked ourselves, back-to-back years, 2013 and 2014, should this neighborhood be higher? But yet here we are, being asked to do something that is going to change our ability to have ground rules in place that dictate the height on any given piece of vacant or soon-to-be vacant piece of property in the city of South Bend. So And I know others are watching. I have spoken with at least 5 or 6 developers. I've spoken tirelessly for just about as long as you and I first met 4 months ago on this, to figure out where people are at. And there's definitely development fatigue in that neighborhood, because these questions keep coming up and up again. And we need to take that seriously. We need to be responsive to every single neighbor, or every single neighborhood plan that's in place. It's a game changer. And I really do thank the amount of work that this council has brought to this consideration tonight. But I'll have to say, it's been a little dribble throughout this whole process. Never really, the full facts at the table. So I would appreciate and welcome the full length of the full-time clock on this to make a wise and informed decision, and one that's legal and that really has us, looking at the 4 criteria with regard to planning. Again, every sentence, and I know, I'm sorry, my voice sounds tired, but I want this to happen. South Bend wants this to happen. We need it to happen, but we need it in a way that is fair, that's businesslike, that's timely, because others are also looking. And people count on predictability when you're looking to build, when you're looking to purchase a house, when you're looking to, establish a home, whether it's in, a 5-story building, a 2-story building, or, maybe a 12-story building. Other developer planning works too. And being in the 4th district, I can speak to that. With the dollars that are being, brought forward in development in Notre Dame, or just south of Notre Dame. There have been a lot of successful development projects. We don't even know at this point. We know that the intended numbers is going to be 750 really quickly, really soon, based on all the projects that are online. I'm a bit I think this can be done in a smarter way, or a more collaborative way. Maybe the outcome will be the same, but I think I'd like to just challenge our administration, our planners. If we're going to be putting these type of dollars, whether they're tax dollars, that are coming from the state of Indiana, all right, whether they're tax abatements, that's just capturing dollars, okay, when this thing is done, or when any other projects are done there, I just, want to make sure that we're spending those tax dollars in the most effective way to get the most bang for the buck. I think we can get something that works. Whoa. Somebody leave on. Are we supposed to move? Oh, there you go. You're done. Something like at the opera.
It's a trick I use at family gatherings.
I think we can get something that works for the residents, that works for the developers, that works for future developers, that works for the person, looking to reside in the East Bank. But I'm not ready to throw planning out the window, and that's what this is asking us to do. About a month ago, I went to a funeral of a man by the name of Les Fox. And some of the advice that was given at that funeral, the little eulogy was, hit it in the middle of the road. And I don't see this as a hit it in the middle of the fairway type thing. It's consistently been an all or nothing. And I just don't think there's been sufficient dialogue and effort brought to the table on this, that there has to be winners or losers, whether it be adjacent property, or developers, or neighbors versus neighbors. So when I say this isn't big enough, I think we need to sharpen our pencils a little bit more, and certainly take the time to make sure that we're getting it right, and that we know the implications, and we know how to address the implications that will come forth from this.
Dr. Varn?
I think cities can plan, and they spend a lot of time doing it. And as been commented, we spend a lot of money doing some planning. I think we can provide incentives to encourage the plan to be followed. But I think there comes a time when you're offered an opportunity. And opportunities may or may not conform exactly to the plan. But that's why it's an opportunity. I didn't think we'd ever hear a request for a 12-story building in downtown ever again, because everybody said, well, 4 is where it builds, and it just pretty much stops at that. I think I would probably welcome the opportunity to discuss 5 or 6 more 12-story buildings somewhere around downtown. It means that things are happening. It means that it's not government-driven, it's private developer. It means it's not government-driven. Not too many years ago, we looked at public projects as, wow, this is a great solution. This is going to make things happen, and some of it probably did. But now we're receiving some of the fruits of those efforts, whether it's private development out around Notre Dame or whether it's private development downtown. And to be completely honest, if everybody gets to have a vision, I guess I get to have mine too. And I think that, to be completely honest, 20 years from now, the separation between the East Bank, the University of Notre Dame, that area where the high school is probably going to be one big university city community. And I think that community will probably need housing, and I think it will need grocery stores, and I think it will need the gasoline stations and all the other things that go along with it. And so I think we have to find a way to do it. And we have, for as long as I've been on the council, people have wanted a grocery store downtown. I remember throwing Osco out and thinking, what's the city thinking? I don't know what they were thinking, because we didn't have another one to replace it with. So I don't see this as, I see how it can be perceived in a number of ways. I'm not trying to look for good ways or bad ways. I'm looking at it as an opportunity. As an opportunity, if you get a new building of that size and that stature, with those amenities in an area downtown, it makes a statement about South Bend. And that statement is that we're coming around. It's been a long time. It's been a long time in the making. I also believe, and my father was in real estate for years, that there's a thing called momentum. You get some momentum going your way, you want to encourage it. You don't want to find a way to stop it or hinder it. I hope next year there's another proposal for a 12-story building. And I at this point in time, sometimes I think you just have to look past the absolute plan, and you have to say, this just makes sense to get it done. That's where I stand on it at this point.
First, I'll say thank you to everyone who came out, both in favor and opposition. I really appreciate everyone not only coming and speaking, but sticking around. It's been a really long night. One of the primary reasons I decided to run for council, and I don't know how much truth there is to some of these stories, but it was because South Bend missed out on so many opportunities. You heard stories about Schurz Communications wanting to build in downtown, and the city said, well, we want you to do this, and they left. And you heard stories about Mayor Oberfeld-Lorber wanting to build downtown, and the city said, well, we think you should do this, and so they left. And again, I just can't see us missing any opportunities. I certainly appreciate the area plans work. I certainly appreciate the concerns of some folks that spoke in opposition. I understand that this is different, and change is a lot of times not necessarily the most comfortable thing. But I do think it's positive change. I would like to highlight the criteria that we're asked to judge this on. Number one, does it fit with the comprehensive plan? Generally, and almost probably 95%, yes, absolutely. It provides a parking garage. It provides for mixed use. This is residential and ground floor retail. This is exactly what the East Bank plan wants and has been designed to do. Is it a desirable use? Grocery store and pharmacy. Dr. Varner said ever since he's been on council, people have been clamoring for this downtown. So yes, it's a very desirable use. The character, does this fit within the character of the neighborhood? I think it's important to note that we consider these PUDs on an individual basis. So if someone comes to us with a PUD in a completely residential district for a 12-story building, right, it might not fit with the character. We have to understand, this is in the central business district. This is a zoning area called the Central Business District. Within that Central Business District, we have buildings, the Chase Tower is 20 stories. We have tall buildings, and that is great for the area. This is actually on an island that is actually west of the East Race. So I do agree that there are some areas, probably in the very far eastern portion of the East Bank Village, where this might not fit quite as well. But this is in the Central Business District. So yes, I absolutely think it fits with the character. And finally, conservation of property values. Again, having a grocery store and a pharmacy that's walkable, I think all that does is increase property values. So judging on what we're supposed to judge this on, I think this fulfills all criteria. And as other people come to us with propositions, if it's in a residential district or it doesn't fit that criteria, I will vote no for a PUD. But guess what? We're talking about precedent. If someone else, like Dr. Varner said, comes to us next month and wants to build in the Central Business District a 13-story building, I'm going to say yes. I think that's awesome. So I hope this does set a precedent that within our Central Business District, we are welcoming to development. Also, this is so important to note that the city is not being asked to subsidize this project with direct tax dollars. Not to say I oppose that in some scenarios, because we do. We support some development with tax dollars, and I think that's okay. But the great thing about this project is the city's not being asked to put any tax dollars in. The developer went out and got state grant money that, if without his efforts, would not be coming to downtown South Bend. So again, think about how positive that is. And you think about, if this project was going to Mishawaka, or if Dave, after he won the Regional Cities Grant, decided, you know what, I'm going to build this in Mishawaka, I'd be jealous. I would want this in downtown South Bend, within our Central Business District. So I'm thankful he brought it. With that being said, I would hope the council would approve this tonight. However, as I've expressed to all of you, if it is continued, I do ask that it's continued to the December meeting, as I will not be present for the late November meeting. But again, if we do approve, I'll continue to encourage, and we've had these conversations, encourage the developer, and I think he's done a good job, and I think he can continue to do a good job, but engage with the neighbors, engage with other developers in the area, and I think, again, I think this is a good framework, and I think as we continue on, I think you can work with those developers, work with the neighbors to finalize a plan that I think works for everybody. So this has my full support. Oliver?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I reviewed all of this information, because I sit on the area plan as well as sit on the council representing the city council, I quickly realized that this was going to take a lot of time. And when the different changes came in that day, when the community investment said that they were against it, and then they said they were for it. Then Area Plan, of course, made their recommendation, and you've already heard their concerns. one of the things I quickly knew that I needed, when one department of the city, who we looked to, shared another thought, and even though they quickly changed it at the last minute and everything else, still they left it out there. And then when another department shares their thought, my request that I have publicly shared in our meetings and we've sent letters is when two different departments of the same administration say two different things, I needed to hear a letter from the mayor, which I have not heard yet. And I've requested that because I think on a matter when two of his departments share different things, then the mayor has to speak for that part of it. Because that doesn't make sense. I mean, you have two different people speak, somebody else has to break the tie. That's why we've elected the mayor. I do agree with Mr. Matthews. He said, do you want the elected officials of City of South Bend to be here? 9 of us, well, 10 of us are here tonight. One's missing. On a major matter that you want to be heard tonight. Area plan, I agree with you. We have all the people from all over the place. And so, but you wanted the City of South Bend leadership to be here tonight. I did too. Okay? And that's why I don't mind taking this to the last meeting of December the 12th. Because I requested our mayor to be here. I want him to weigh on it. Whether it goes one way or whether it goes any other way. I think his voice needs to be heard because he had two significant departments to share with us two significant different ways of how to deal with that when we did our due diligence. Now, some of you, I understand, my colleagues there and some others who I would not name, said we're nitpicking everything. We have to do our due diligence. I was on this council in 2008 when I was one of the ones who was here. I'm glad for the voters of South Bend have allowed me to be here for 9 years. And so I do clearly remember going to all the charrettes and everything else of the East Bank and the amount of time it took for us to be there. I was new on the council at the time. But one thing being on the zoning committee has taught me is I have to be very careful when I pivot. And the reason I say that is that we had a situation prior to some of the new ones being on this council. Is when we got called into the Department of Justice. One person said we did not treat her fair. One of your citizens in South Bend said we did not treat. And they appealed all the way up to the United States Department of Justice. 2012, 2013, our attorney can vouch for this. Each one of us council members were called in. They flew an attorney in from the United States Department of Justice to make sure that we were fair in our dealings with that member. Because we were accused of discrimination. Each council member, each one of us, could only go in with our attorney, and we had to stand before that person to say, when you make your decisions, are you consistent? What are the criteria? Did you do it in this situation? Did you do it in this situation? Did you do it in this situation? I chaired that committee. They not only asked for us about that, they asked for all of our emails. Mrs. Clinton. They asked for every single one of our emails. Thank you for the water. I won't hold you probably. But they asked for every single one of them. All of our correspondence. It was the most interesting time when I had the United States government coming in here asking for everything. I sent them every single thing I could possibly send them. We weren't dealing with the state police or the city police. We were dealing with an attorney flying in here who did not smile during that whole meeting with us, looked at us. After that experience, you go through that. You sit up here and go to somebody from Washington, D.C., okay? Whether I'm dealing with West Side, East Side, whether I'm dealing with somebody who's happened to be as wealthy as you, Mr. Matthews, or I'm dealing with somebody who's living out under the tent tonight, okay? I cannot just be influenced by any developer or anybody else. I have to be consistent, okay? So, yeah, we have to take a lot of longer time. The other night, we had the meeting. I was planning to get home because we were in the middle, with all due respect. Come on, the Cubs were on, okay? And everything else was playing. I was trying to get back, but I said first word comes first, okay? And we stayed here that night because we have to. We are elected to be here, to go through detail after detail after detail. It's not nitpicking. I just want to be able to say when the next developer comes, like Dr. Varner comes up there, and they may have something else, and if we may make some decent changes, they may have some high-powered attorneys that get mad and go to the state and go to the federal. If I get called into a room again, I just want to be consistent. So if I can say, yes, I voted no for this, or yes, I voted all right, because every single thing that we are saying right now and all the meetings we've had are all being publicly documented. That's why we know what you said back in 2013 when I told you yourself when you argued against this issue. And now we have become this way. Okay? All that comes back up to us. And that's why we have to sit back there and deal with everything. So whether we are dealing, we have to do our due diligence. We have to be consistent. And personally, I would have preferred that this be sent to Central Business District, as well as Councilwoman Broden said, and I would have championed the variance. That way, we would not have to have dealt with this, because I really liked the idea. I told you earlier, to me, and I have my Dramamine here, so my family always says I'm the airplane tourist, and I help them all their things. I have to fly a lot of planes. I'll be up there on the plane, since I can't fly no plane, I have to sit there. And so they asked me, what airline should I take? Should we take Southwest? Should we take American? Each airline has different rules. Some have, you can take your luggage for free. Some have, you can pay. Some allows you to. They all have different rules. We all know that. Okay? So do we try to go to Southwest and use American airline rule on them, or do we go to American Airlines and say, well, Southwest lets us fly for free, you should let us fly for free? Okay? Those are the concerns that we have to deal with when we switch. We all want to arrive at the right place, but each airline has different rules. Each of these zoning laws have different rules. And when we start crisscrossing them, okay, it creates problems. And that's why it creates longer meetings, it creates more hassle. That's my concern. So I am hopeful over the next few weeks that we'll give it the last full time, because I think we all want this. I would like to see that. I do understand the concern of the person who shared the point. I mean, that whole area, I worked in town. I moved up here to work at Madison Center. That was my first job. And I work right down the street there right now, a place called Dulcine Social. So I'm over there all the time, eating my crease all the time. And so they know me when I walk in, I almost do my meal. So I'm in the area all the time. So the issue for me is this. The shadowing, which has been argued one way, and now is being argued the other way, is an important issue. To discount it and say, well, what can you do now? Yeah, I wish there was a way we could work out this to be 9 stories and widen it, and everybody gets their tax money. We get you 240 stories, we get less shadowing, everybody's happy. I kind of hope to see that in the next few weeks. It may happen, it may not. But I still have that out there to hope that on December the 12th, we can come where you got your 240, others get less shadowing, we get the store, which I would love to go to, and we can all land at the same place at the same time, and we can move forward. So that's what my hope, and that's where I'm hoping to move forward with that standpoint, and we can all move there. And I don't know what that's going to take in working with all of our attorneys to get there. But I think we have a few days, and we can make a few adjustments to, like Councilwoman Broden said, or what Les Fox said, something is pitching in that middle, we can get there. I would be very thankful. So I yield the floor to Councilman Vorty.
After each council member has an opportunity to speak, I hope to be recognized to make a motion to continue this until the December 12th meeting. And I'll tell you why. I've been fortunate enough to have served on the city council for 3 terms back in the 80s, as the assessor for 13 years, I guess, yeah, after that. And during that time, I think I've been a witness to and a partner to good economic development. As an at-large councilman, I think my view is a broader one, to try to do things that embody the part of that Rotarian code, which says this is best for all concerned. And along with that, I've seen plans come and go. I've seen projects that probably could have benefited the city lost because they didn't adhere to a plan. So I'm a little skeptical about adhering to a plan, at the same time recognizing you got to have one or you won't ever get to where you want to go. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. I think one of the reasons that in the past projects were lost is because they never saw the light of day. deals were made on the 14th floor or the 13th floor or, in somewhere, that, for better or worse, that the public never had any input on. And that's why I think we're here, and as messy and as difficult as it is sometimes, it's like that old adage about making sausage. You don't want to see it made, but you just want to enjoy the product after it has been. This is difficult, but it comes with the territory. That's why we're here. So I think that by delaying, by asking for a delay, and I hope that's supported for approximately 30 days, it doesn't jeopardize Mr. Matthews' project. Maybe after all of this, the project will end up proceeding because all concerned will think it is the best. But while the research and the discussions I've had on this with different people pale probably in comparison to what Councilmember Broden has done. The other day I came in here Friday afternoon. It was just her and I here, and she had things spread out on our caucus table that covered the whole table. We ended up talking for 2 hours about this project and what she had found out, and she asked me what I had learned in my discussions with Mr. Perry. I hadn't spoken with Mr. Matthews yet, or yes, I had by that point. I've never, ironically, spoken with Community Investment to find out what they haven't approached me and given me their opinion. And that's my fault, too. I mean, I could have asked them. But the point is, in all of this, as difficult as it is, and because it doesn't jeopardize, ultimately, the $5 million Mr. Matthews has at stake, because he can still meet all of his timelines if we do continue this, I hope that a continuance with a lot of hard work in between now and the 12th to put all the parties together. One of the big questions I think that remains unresolved really is parking, not just for Mr. Matthews. He knows what he needs. He knows what the store needs. Bob Bartles knows, how many parking spots he needs. But that whole area, we need spots for public access to the East Race. Stevenson Mills, I don't know that they've even been at the table. They've got some parking available. Frank Perry's got several properties over there that he's going to need parking for. Maybe the parking itself ought to be looked at in a larger context. And maybe it will take public investment to do it right. And that's the whole point. We really have a chance, I think, if we take our time and try to come together, that we can do this right. Certainly not going to please everyone, whatever the outcome is. We want development. We want to be developer friendly, but we have a responsibility to listen and to do it right. So that's what I hope I get recognized to do.
Boy, this is sausage, isn't it? I appreciate all the members on council and their opinions and everything. Joe, your hard work, and Oliver, your input on this, and Karen as well on this. Probably my biggest concern is with community investment. And no disrespect to Brian Pulowski, he's pretty much holding down the fort on what's going on here. And I said to community investment, I said to Mr. Matthews, this is going to be tough, and it needs a lot of work, and it's a lot, probably not everybody being happy, and maybe some compromise to come about what needs to go on. I look at two things. I look at the master plan, and I say this at work, and we kind of live by it too, is, a plan is nothing without action. And you look at a plan that lines out to 2017, that was going to bring 2.9 in new revenue in tax dollars to that area into the city. Really start looking at it. Besides the Hill Street development, Mr. Matthews is pretty much the only one down there developing part of that village plan. I agree with a lot of things that Gavin Furlick said. This, to me, when I look at zoning and variances, is that buffer. Where is that transition line? A lot of times between business and residential areas, and I ask a lot of questions about, fencing and bushes and in that transition and how it is. And when I drive around the city, I look at that quite a bit. I see this as part of the central business unit. I see this as the East Race in that island as part of that transition between it. If it was up on St. Joe Street or next to St. Joseph Church, it'd be a whole nother matter. And you know what? I got to get up in about 4 hours to go to work. And I'll stay here another 4 hours if that's what it takes, because anybody wants to bring this type of investment to our community, I'm willing to stay here and work through it. And anybody wants to bring another one, Mr. Barner, I'll stay here again and work through it.
We'll do that another night.
And someone at the door, turn the light out again. But, I really have concern, and I do have respect for the competition that is here too. They have an interest, and they have plans of what they want to do. And we got to look at it, and why I'm looking at this, while it is a very bold move, a lot of bold moves and a lot of breaking the rules results in good innovation and good plans. I mean, we'd still be driving probably buggies if there wasn't someone breaking some of the rules. I know the company I work for, we've pushed the envelope and created whole new things with the automotive industry, and we wouldn't have done that just sitting around going, well, it was on paper, this is what we're supposed to do. The other thing is, this isn't the only development here. This is one development for a certain market. And Ms. Williams-Preston, I totally agree with what you're saying. I think there's other developments that need to come. And that's why, getting back to community investment, I have real concerns, and we're going to have long talks with them, is what is going on. From developments that were put in plan on Lincoln Way and Western Avenue to go, well, there's a plan, we got a plan, we put it on paper, we re-striped some streets, and that's it. When there's got to be some hustle, some creativity, and going out and selling those plans, whether it's from Lincoln Way, Western Avenue, to over here. I look at this master plan for East Bank Village. There's a lot of exciting things in there. And guess what? They projected out to 2017. Well, we're almost to 2017. And I haven't seen that 2.9 in tax revenue. I do see sitting in front of me is 1.16 million. And I see investment and opportunity like Dr. Varner said. And I will support this. And I will also support the idea that if given the exception, there's also ways that it can be looked at. The max is up to that height. And if there's other ways to work through it, I'm all ears for that too. But I'm all ears for opportunity. And I know there's other opportunities out there. Because, you look at this master plan, that area was actually, in all the concept drawings, was either a parking lot or a little strip mall, mixed use, in a parking lot, or green space, as well as Mr. Perry's property was green space. And I don't really agree with that. I can go on and on. Community investment, we're going to have some long conversations because we're doing a lot which I think should have been done in community investment before it's here. So, that's all I got to say. Ms. White.
Okay, wow.
Land that plane.
So much has been said, and at this point, I think it's very important. I would like to thank Mr. Matthews and others for reaching out to me and for sharing with me your concerns as well. Thank the audience for staying with us. This is a very important project. I don't see it as all or nothing. I think we have the opportunity to look at these challenges, and I'm quite sure that we have within the audience, with Mr. Matthews, community investment, and all key stakeholders to really come together and have a project that will be close to being acceptable. Now, it's not going to be, I don't think anyone would sit here and argue that we do not need a Martin's. That is years coming. No one would sit here and argue that we do not need a drugstore. The issue is how do we get there. And what I would say is that
there are some parameters in regards to pulling together the key stakeholders, Mr. Matthews, community investment, and if you got to shut the doors, but come out with a recommendation that is as close to being acceptable as possible. And it means it's a give and take. It's a give and take. And someone told me that developers are very unique. And if you put two together, you don't know what you may get out of that discussion. So again, I am in favor of really having the opportunity. We've heard a lot of information. I think the council we must have a level of discussion. Those who are ready to move forward, I have no difficulties with that. But for me, I think we've heard so much. We have not been able to digest, because just as the audience, if you're receiving information, for many of us, this is the first time that we have received a number of information too, and that we would not be doing our part in really taking all this information, digesting the information, and really saying, okay, where are we at? Again, I did not hear maybe just one person through all of those who spoke in favor or in opposition to say we do not support this project. I did not hear anyone saying that this project is not needed. I did not hear anyone make the statement that it's a very exciting, it's a bold project. I didn't hear that. So that tells me that we have a level of consensus from those of you who are here, even from the council, to say, okay, how do we move to the next step? And what I'm saying, give us the time and pull together community investment and especially the leadership to say, okay, we need to get to that point, and what will it take? So that's where I'm at.
Okay. With that, all council comments are closed. There's time for motions.
I would like to make a motion that this bill 4116 be continued until the December 12th meeting in the council portion. The substitute 4116.
Can I do a second? Do I need to, I would like to also resend out the letters of everybody who needs to send information back to the council, again, including the mayor. But I do second that.
There's only two who haven't responded.
There's only two who have responded. We will not name them publicly, but you know who they are.
Yes.
Let's get to those information and then we're done.
I have some
Point of order?
what needs to happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Kathy,
I want to add.
Well, we can. Who needs to.
Okay, if it is continued and Mr. Vorty asks for council portion only, if there are amendments, changes to this that would come out of some locked door meeting in a closet with community investment and Mr. Matthews, would that open back up to the public?
If you continue it in the council portion, a council member can call upon Mr. Matthews, for example, to get his opinion of the recommended changes. He can call upon the area plan staff. But again, it would be focused where the council member is calling for that information.
Okay, all right, I didn't know how much, but it's all transparent, it would all go out to the public so they would have information on the changes.
Okay.
So we could not only call for Mr. Matthews, but call for any expert out there. So it's not limited to him, or is it only limited to Mr. Matthews?
As long as it's addressing the issue at hand.
As long as it's addressing the issue at hand, we're good. I'm at peace.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nay. Might want to roll call.
Randy Kelly.
Nay.
Councilmember Broden.
You sure about that? Go with the motion. Read the motion again, please.
Motion is to continue in the council portion only to...
Favor of that.
She's an
Aye.
Dr. Varner.
Nay.
Vice President Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Vorty.
Aye.
Mr. Furlick.
Nay.
Councilmember White.
Aye.
Councilmember Preston.
Aye.
President Tim Scott.
Nay.
The motion carries 5-4. With that...
Before you resolve into committee of the whole, I think it's very important that we hear from the developer, Mr. Matthews, and others, so that we will know what the expectations are, what the parameters are, because if we are going to continue and there's no expectations, we're going to be right back where we're at. My understanding, my goal is that when we come back in December, whatever that date is, the 12th, that we will be at a point. Okay, so somehow, I don't know how that information will be received, but we need to have that, and what are our expectations from community investment, and also bring in an area plan and any other key stakeholders. And I think part of that discussion should be the 4th District representative.
Just a note for the public, this was continued in the council portion only, so that means on December 12th, there will not be a committee hearing, there will not be any time for public comment at the December 12th meeting. It will be in the council portion only. With that, I will entertain a motion to rise and resolve from the committee as a whole.
So, hold on. Back to, so if you would organize and not...
No, I would say that, one, that we will...
you sent all information to her on that one. You're supposed to read? Cool.
Yeah. But also, I think that we want to make sure that we have the key city offices.
Yeah, I think
the
mayor?
It has to be.
No, so the letter still comes from her, or does it come from the zoning committee?
Yes. Yes. Again, the motion does not control what Councilmember Davis does as chair.
That's right.
Oh, I'm sorry. If the council member wishes to have a committee meeting, I apologize. He can or he may not. So if there is a committee meeting with public input, look for it.
Yeah, so we would be clear. I mean, we did it like we did last time in that meeting, so we can clear it up. That's what I'm thinking, that we make sure, because we need it.
Yeah. I'm not going to come back.
Entertain a motion to rise and resolve from the committee of the whole. Second. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
I'll send out a letter to Kathy. Let's get something together by the end of this week. No. And,
what are we expecting to come back?
Kathy, will you see this here on the 12th in a non-official capacity?
Does it not?
Well, you're under contract.
Usually the resolution is pretty much. Do we have to do the other part of the stuff tonight? Yes. Really? Can we take is it already illegal because it's on another day? Nah. Not if they one way through.
John, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, council's no vacant session.
I'd like to make a motion for a 5-minute delay.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
You have drinks now, right?
We'll re-adjourn at 12:05.
No, we're going to adjourn again. It's going to be a double adjournment.
Oh, my goodness. I got to get up early in the morning.
I'm ready to go.
There's nobody saying that. You see what I'm saying? Because if we coming back and no, I'm not dealing with it. No. You see what I'm saying? That's true. It's not fair. I need to say They should have pointed that out. Don't get us in the way. But make sure you well, that's why I said that. Yeah, but a big guy.
I wish I wouldn't have took this break. Let's just go. It's over with.
Secondly, what would it take to make this project go? Okay. And then also, they need to get involved with, you know. Well, the way that it works is the way that it's set up by the ordinance is that it has to go
Well, by flip-flopping.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is that this project is so important.
I agree.
So where's the minister?
What do you think?
That's what I'm saying.
But you know what, this has been going on for years. If he isn't going to show, I think if Pete isn't going to show his face, then we go ahead and we do what we need to do.
I'm putting the rodeo in the fourth district.
Something so important, you don't have a vested interest, and you can't do that.
Well, I mean, community investment did not act on their own accord. They were directed to make a flip-flop.
And then they threw it back to us.
And then it comes back to us.
And then they can say, oh, but also they have to respect as well. Representatives.
Oliver?
Why?
These guys,
We'll get it going.
But if you, that's just not...
Regina?
Oh, there's Parent, geez. How he gets stuck with
I had
this?
too many people here.
Amy's probably on vacation. Probably Glasgow.
Or in Glasgow, that's right there.
Yeah, they're here.
No one can come to
Yeah, so it is.
Yes.
20 seconds, folks. Gavin Perlick, please come to the podium. Regina Preston Williams, please come. Vice President Oliver Davis Jr. the third. Roll Tide.
This place is sick. We are on this
Full council is now back in session.
Sort of.
Sort of.
You're right.
I think I'm staying up all night. We're rolling. Clerk Fowler, would you please give... Huh?
We didn't reconvene.
Yeah. Just I hammered this like 4 times.
I heard it. I heard it. Go for it.
Good job. Clerk Fowler, would you please give third reading to 5416?
5416, third reading on an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance for property located at 1037 Elmer Street, Councilmanic District Number 2, in the city of South Bend, Indiana.
Move for the passage of 5416.
Second. Excuse me. Ms. Fowler.
Councilmember Broughton. Aye. Dr. Varner.
Aye.
Vice President Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Gordy.
Aye.
Mr. Furlick.
Aye.
Councilmember White.
Aye.
Councilmember Preston.
Aye.
Randy Kelly.
Aye.
President Tim Scott.
Aye.
9 ayes.
6716 sub, please.
6716, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, concerning the current funding of outstanding waterworks revenue bonds of 2000 and 2006, each issued to finance construction of improvements to the municipal waterworks of the City of South Bend, Indiana, authorizing the issuance of revenue bonds for such purpose in the principal amount not to exceed $3,720,000, addressing other matters connected therewith, including the issuance of notes in anticipation of bonds and repealing ordinances inconsistent therewith.
Motion to amend this wasn't committee.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Motion for passage?
Second. Ms. Fowler?
Dr. Varner?
Aye.
Vice President
Aye.
Davis? Mr. Vorty?
Aye.
Mr. Furlick?
Aye.
Councilmember White?
Aye.
Councilmember Preston?
Aye.
Randy Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Broughton?
Aye.
President Tim Scott?
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you. We will move to resolution.
Motion to continue 1686 to 1128.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Thank you. 1687, please.
1687, a resolution of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, expressing its support of the proposed major improvement and upgrades of the Northern Indiana Commuter Transportation District, which operates the South Shore Line.
Do we have a presenter? Or no, a report from committee?
That comes from,
Public Works, isn't it? That
Public
comes from
Works,
Public
Trevor.
Works. We met. We met, we approved.
Thank you.
I sent it favorably. to the
Sir,
full
presenter.
council. Yes, very quickly. The title was read. We've all read the resolution, I'm sure. And obviously, it's a double tracking initiative. There's federal grants money on the line. And we're hoping just to chime in with other cities along the line in support of the double tracking.
Thank you.
There's also in the record a letter from Mark Catanzarite, County Council member Mark Catanzarite, who serves on the NICTA board, who has written a letter in support of this, which I will submit into the record to be read fully by each
We did
council
get
member.
email on that, so thank you. And you went over your time limit, presenter, but we're looking at this point.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for the presenter at this point? Seeing none, anybody wishing to speak in favor of 1687, please come to the podium. Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak against 1687, please come to the podium. Turn it back to council.
Motion for adoption?
Second. Ms. Fowler.
Vice President Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Wardy?
Aye.
Mr. Furley?
Aye.
Councilmember White?
Aye.
Councilmember Preston?
Aye.
Randy Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Broden?
Aye.
Dr. Varner?
Aye.
President Tim Scott?
Aye.
9 ayes.
First readings. Clerk Fowler, would you please give first reading to 6816, please?
6816, first reading on an ordinance to vacate the following described property. The first east-west alley between St. Vincent Street and Howard Street, from St. Louis Boulevard to the first north-south alley.
Motion to accept the substitute and send to Public Works and Property Vacation for 1128.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. 6916.
6916, first reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, establishing internal control standards and establishing a material threshold.
Motion to send to Personal and Finance for 1128.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. 7016.
7016, first reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, amending various sections of Article 12, Chapter 13 of the South Bend Municipal Code addressing chronic problem property regulations.
Motion to send to Health and Public Safety for 1128.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. 7116.
7116, first reading on an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance for property located at a 20-acre tract of land west and adjacent to Ameritech Drive, approximately 1,200 feet south of Brick Road, Councilmanic District Number 1 in the City of South Bend, Indiana.
Motion to send to the Area Plan Commission, then zoning annexation for 19.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you.
Make a motion to accept the substitute of
65.
6516.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? At this time, we'll entertain a motion for public hearing, scheduling and acknowledging receipt of the appeal process certificate of appropriateness for 1240 West Thomas Street Historic Preservation Commission. Kathy?
And also have the city clerk's office send the 2-page documents on file with her office to all parties of record.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Any new business? Seeing none, we'll move to privilege of the floor. At this point, this is where citizens can come and talk to the common council. You have 3 minutes. Gavin Furlick will time you, I believe.
Yeah, I got it.
Please state your name and address, and you cannot speak on anything that was on the agenda tonight. And when Gavin Furlick is ready,
You are ready to go, Sam.
My name is Samuel Brown. I live at 222 East Navarre Street in the city of South Bend. I am in charge of a watchdog group called Citizens United for Better Government. And I come to you tonight asking for your help. there's a little small park up on Howard Street called Keller Park. And I'm very disappointed, I'm very hurt that a group of kids was let down. My grandson was in the 7th grade when he was part of a committee, and he made a commercial with Mrs. Fowler's daughter about that park. It's supposed to be like a safe park, it's supposed to be like a special park. And I don't know who dropped the ball. I know the city of South Bend will put a few funds in, but we're going into this now. Kai, if we wait any longer, Kai will be a sophomore. We should go to sophomore.
Still freshman.
A freshman. But anyway, those kids made that commercial because I took my grandson out there. He did a good job. And from somewhere, from Mike Bray to Mrs. Hess, that park's still not done. I'm very hurt. When you put kids out there like that, and kids trust you, and now these kids have been let down. And we passed the legislation for a park bond. I don't care what we got to do. That park needs to be finished. I don't care where the money comes from. But those kids have no right to be let down like they was. I got to take the CD at home where Channel 16 made that, and we was all proud of those kids. I want something done about it, and I need some support.
Okay,
Thank you.
good, thank you. Next, name and address, you get 3 minutes.
Jacob Hughes, 4921 Belleville Circle, South Bend, Indiana. Also, implementation specialist with Community Wellness Partners. I'm actually here to talk about the smoke, some of the outreach activities we've been doing in order to get the bars and businesses affected by the stronger smoke-free ordinance that's actually taking place and helping kind of transition into the ordinance that's taking place on January 2nd. So our hope is that those affected can be assisted in developing strategies so that the businesses will not only survive this transition but also thrive and grow from the specific policy change. We have a calendar of outreach events and activities that are taking place throughout the city that are patroning some of the people that go to the bars as well as some of the bars. Those outreach events can be found on cwpartners.org if you want to be involved in those events that we are doing in the city. So one of those events, I'm sure you've seen it on the news, is the event that we did with Mulligan's Bar and Grill. We were celebrating the fact that they made the decision to go smoke-free early, which was back in August, after the passing of the ordinance. As you know and you've seen, this bar has experienced growth in business to the point where they've had to hire 2 cooks, 2 servers and a cook. They have experienced success, and we have created a collaborative with Mulligan's. Sue and Pat Mulligan were so excited that we were helping and supporting them. That event went very well in the city, and we want to do that with other bars and restaurants and those affected by this particular ordinance, to let them know that they can grow from this particular ordinance passing in January the 2nd. So they serve as a model and example for the businesses in hopes of easing fears and creating a collaborative with this particular transition. We're also throughout December, we're delivering window cleans, coasters, table tents, posters, and FAQ materials in package form. We're delivering them through mail, and we're also hand delivering a lot of those packages as well. Some of those bars will not allow us to come in, but those who want us to assist, we are here. And,
you have 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. If you want to help or assist, and that's what this is all about, you can go to our social media page at Smoke Free St. Joe, Twitter, Smoke Free St. Joe, and again, go to our website at cwpartners.org or call 232-4234. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. All there. It's the best wasn't over, Jesse Davis.
Oh, you know how to make a guy's night, Jesse.